Oh, cool. Well, yeah, how's everybody doing?
Not too bad. Really
Not too
Yeah.
busy,
bad.
sadly, but
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, well, let's see. Do we want to jump right in with some D6s, two D6s? Everyone except Doom?
He should roll
Well,
too.
he can roll too. Yeah, that's true. And guess.
5.
I rolled an 8.
I rolled a 4. Damn it.
Ooh. All right. Well then, Courtney, what happened last time?
Okay, so let's see if I got my notes correct. Uh, it's the next day after whatever previous day, uh, and we make plans to head into work, and we notice that a scout ship buzzed at the spaceport, getting close to the treasure ship and then speeding off into space. The ship was retrofitted to hold more fuel to make multiple jumps. We run to our ship as we see this as we're walking to our work, and we try to run sensors on it to see if we can figure out anything, and we figure out the name, the dancing spider, and then figure out the retrofitting to hold more fuel or whatever. So we go into work, and Jinx overhears two crewmen talking, muttering about the ship that swooped by, and the captain is on one today. And I start to identify everyone in the cargo bay by smell, which comes in handy, I'm sure, sometime later. Gino starts to talk up people in the galley, and Briar makes his way to the med bay after cutting his hand open for reasons.
Was it Briar or was
That
that
was Lexian.
that was
That was
Lexi?
Lexi. Did I put
Yeah,
that? My bad.
yeah. I wouldn't do Briar like that.
I come back without another hand. Like, wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Engineering accident.
Tough luck. No real arms.
You never know; things could happen.
You just turned into Anakin at that point.
Yeah, yeah. My poor boy. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Lexian sliced his hand open, went to chat
Oh
with.
no, wait, there's more. Sorry, I clicked into my notes, so I can't use what I usually do, or else there'd be ones all through my notes. So I had to switch to
Ah,
voice activity. So I fixed it. So Lexian cuts his head open. Gino agrees with what Lexi. Why do I keep using Briar in here? I guess I thought Briar was like here in spirit doing all of this stuff. Lexian and Gino talk about what was overheard. Gino agrees with him, saying the commander had to put a gunner on a station just in case when this ship went by, which is never a good sign. Uh, Jinx chatted up everyone in Cargo Bay, where she learned from the crewmen that they hate this posting and that their days are numbered because they've caused a little too much trouble. It's my two main men, obviously.
yeah,
Uh,
Ilan and O'Leary.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Tals, I don't know if I spelled their name right, who was in a relationship with a person that died, who's getting blamed for the explosion, and the chief engineer, and I put a period. I guess they were talking, and I caught, and I wrote literally none of it down. I'm sure they were just, if I remember, like discussing or arguing. They were saying, "No, no, this was an accident." And the chief engineer was like, "Oh no, we're just going to blame this guy." I'm pretty sure it was how that went down. Before the end of the day, the launch pilot Hinshaw, who there was also talked to another launch pilot, so I guess there were multiple launch pilots that got talked to that day. But Hinshaw comes to Gino trying to get meds to go to sleep. They've been having issues sleeping since the accident. They saw people flying past the cockpit as they were venting the atmosphere to try to stop things from getting worse. So, yeah, that's pretty bad. And then we all meet up at the galley for free dinner, which was corn chowder and fresh bread, which sounds amazing right now. I try to get a whiff of anyone walking towards the vault door, but I don't smell anything. At the bar, Jinx meets with the buddies. I sent a flight crew member that just happens to be nearby. They drink while Gino talks to the person that he helped earlier, which would be Henshaw, yes. Jinx gets O'Leary shit-faced and learns that the captain is an asshole because he gave command to Commander Jagad after the accident, and he's afraid he'll lose his captaincy and is taking out his frustration on them. He suggests to us that we wake up, that we walk into the conference room, get to the ship safe, take some credits, and then leave. And he was pretty sure it's in the conference room, which might be a little shady. I sent 2 more people, lead pilot and an astrogator, over the next few days. Gino hears that Talos thinks it's sabotage, and what he gave the pilot actually helped. Handy. Someone's siphoning off data from a vault keypad, and it's going to the nav computer. We figure that out. I forget how. But we make plans to try to figure out who this is while we go to the bar. We're going. Oh, I'll just describe it in the next thing.
Yeah.
Once
Someone
we
put
get-
on
Yeah.
Briar's goggles. That was how you found. I think it was.
Yes, the goggles. Yes, we use the goggles. Thank you.
Yeah.
At the bar, I sent Laurel. I'm pretty sure I said their name right. Jinx also gets the story of Laurel on a pirate hunting ship, because we're throwing around stories as you do at a bar. War stories. I start to tell the Iron Tooth story, and we assumed astrogators did it, so we were keeping an eye on the astrogators. But instead of them reacting, Henshaw does by I think it was almost a spit take, and then leaving very quickly out of the bar.
Yeah, she chokes on her shot because
Yeah.
she was following her doctor's orders to sleep. So she'd take
course.
take her sleeping meds and a couple
Yes.
shots of whiskey, and there you go.
Gino follows her as she quickly walks out of the bar. He lights her cigarette for her, and she mentions that she's in trouble. They go back to the ship, and it turns out that she's working for Iron Tooth, as well as the Marine Salazvel. I do not know how to say what I wrote.
Salvez.
Yes, Salvezdis. Yeah, I did not.
I don't know.
That
Yeah, I don't know
at
how you
all.
actually pronounce
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It was. I just whatever. They're watching her daughter, and she doesn't know what to do. So Gino says we'll try to help, and he's gonna help her with meds as he can, and then she leaves the ship. Gino debriefs us when we get back. He sends a message to Iron Tooth's ship, and then we work the next 2 weeks as normal. Of course, Jinx goes to the bar every night and learns that the second officer is going to stay on planet to deal with everything. But of course, the second officer doesn't want to stay on planet. Paolo is considering asking us to stay on as well, which I think is one of the officers. Yeah,
He's
that's
chief
right.
engineer, Paulo.
Yeah, chief engineer. Thank you. Oh, and I learned every treasure ship carries valuable goods, because of course it does. And I think the most important thing is one of the most important things besides the treasure ship route goes through Tech World and Bearney.
Mhm.
Yeah, is that the locking code is derived from jump space coordinates and genetic material, so it can only be opened by the right person in the right system. Which is, it's very handy if we ever want to try to open this vault. We then get a message from Iron Tooth to get the ship to jump to EXE, and they'll take care of the rest. After we get this message, the rescue flotilla arrives. There's a Gazelle-class Camino, the rescue ship Henry Ford, and a scout ship called Sincerity that scans ships, refuels, and then immediately leaves. Gino sits and thinks that Henshaw never mentioned about the tap into the navigation computer, So there might be someone else after it as well, and that's where it ends.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. For Ricky, since you haven't been here, how much do you know about what's going on versus how much would you like your fellow conspirators to fill you in?
Well, I thought I kind of knew, but after hearing that, there's a lot more than I thought.
A lot changed in the last session. I think a lot.
Yeah.
They did a lot of investigating. They
Yeah.
yeah. But where were you before? What were you thinking about what was going on before?
I'm trying to remember the last time I checked in and like really looked through. Um, the last I remember specifically was we were essentially like gearing up for some kind of heist, and there was a lot of dialogue that was happening. But of course, not being there, it was a little hard to pinpoint exactly all of the dialogue that happened.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I know
Okay.
there's, yeah, and I know I think that did we get more crew and a bigger ship, or was that not happen?
No, you got another crew member, but I think you were there for that. The that was back on Drinax.
Yeah.
You brought
Okay.
on what's her name? Mara Pete?
The custodian lady we hired.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Does anyone want to give a brief overview of what the heist is, what's going on in general?
So
Or should we roll for it?
we're we're on
I
this big
mean,
treasure ship.
yeah.
The big treasure ship has a whole big cargo area, but we don't know what's in there. And then it has a smaller cargo area that's like a black box cargo area.
Okay.
And we have no way to get into that. It's like super highly locked. I think what we ended up figuring out that its
It's
lock
the
has something
locking
to do with,
mechanism thing that I was talking about. Yeah.
yeah,
Like
Yeah,
something
yeah.
to do with
ridiculously hard
astrogation
to
code.
unlock.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um,
Why are you guys on this treasure ship? Like what were the
Oh,
circumstances?
well, I know we got told by that one lady from the dinner that, hey, this might be a good heist or mission for you to do next. And we just went off her word, and that's why we're there. And we're there to get money
Mhm.
and whatever else that's in there that we might hopefully get, maybe.
How did you manage to get on board it?
We had no Gino talked us into it because since he's in the Navy, he kind of had an in because he was, in the Imperial ranks. And so he talked pretty much everybody up. And then after talking to what officer? Was it the chief engineer that he talked to at the bar?
Yeah.
And then they let
Yeah.
us on. Yeah.
Let's pull it back even more like macro than
Uh
that
oh.
though. What is the like why were you even in a position to talk yourself on this ship? Why was the ship in,
Oh, it got the explosion to the drive fucked it up to
Mhm.
where it couldn't fly anymore, and it just crash landed on this place, planet
yeah,
thing.
the jump drive blew up
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
and a bunch of people died.
Hmm.
See, we're
And
smart.
There you go. Yeah.
okay.
And one of them was one of the people that was supposed to be helping Iron Tooth get rid of,
Oh.
um, or steal from the ship anyway. And he
Yeah.
ended
Yeah.
up
Okay. So
messing
we
the
kind of.
codes up, or he had the codes wrong and somebody else tried to fix them, and that's what caused it to blow up. I think something like that.
Somewhat.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened there was he was trying to he was one of the engineers. So during that like engineering portion of a jump check, rather than just doing the standard engineering stuff, he tried to change the coordinates to get the ship to jump to basically the coordinates you have set for it currently, where you're being told to jump it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think No, I think we left it there, right? I think at the end, yeah, the rescue flotilla came in. We talked about the ship getting like fixed up over the next couple of like weeks or days. But we'll take it back because I think we might have even said the ship like lifts off at the end of the last session. We'll take it back like a day or two and say, let's say you got 2 days before the ship actually takes off, and then
Wait, can I
that's
ask a
kind of
quick question?
go for it. Yeah, you can ask a couple if you need to.
The explosion
Mhm.
from the jump, was that due to him trying to change the location last second, or was it just a failure of overall mechanics?
I don't know.
The
Or is
way
it kind of we
the
don't
I can't
way
remember if I told you.
I think the way you described it whenever we found out at first it was sabotage
Mhm.
was it seems like the power got routed like he was inputting the coordinates and the chief engineer at the time noticed something was wrong, so he came over and started redoing the coordinates, and that caused an overload of the system, which caused the J drive to uh, essentially explode, essentially taking everybody in the engineering deck out.
Yeah, that's pretty close. I think combined with because Breyer has been here the whole time, combined with like Breyer's engineering knowledge and what Henshaw told you guys, what seems to have happened was what was the guy's name? Felmar, crew like the engineer who was part of Iron Tooth's like crew tried to
Yeah.
change the jump coordinates. The chief engineer, the original chief engineer, saw it and came over and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And as Felmar was panicking, he hit some wrong buttons and flooded the whole engineering bay with hydrogen rather than it going into the J
Okay.
drive. It went out into the engineering compartment and ignited. And so then all the people in the engineering drive were either
Yeah.
blown up or burnt. And as the ship was trying to like not explode entirely, they vented the whole engineering drive, including the doctor who had like tried to rush in to save people.
Okay.
So it was more that like
Mhm.
trying to cover up what he was like, what he was doing. Felmar messed up and caused the whole engineering compartment and engineering bay to
Okay.
flood with hydrogen. Hydrogen, is that the right? Is that the fuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Makes
should be right.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second question: what's
Mhm.
the ship's scale? Like, what
Uh,
size are we talking?
Good question.
Because
Where?
I
I
know the
reckon
cargo
it's a
hold is
big
660 tons of space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow.
And your
Yeah.
ship is 200 tons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
So
is.
I figure
The
it's a
ship
big
is
deal.
1,600 tons.
1,600 tons. Okay, yeah. So big deal. What was the last one I had?
That one.
Oh yeah. So like where we're leaving off, because effectively we're starting right back up before the ship's functional again.
Mm-hmm.
Is this like we're coming in and essentially the engineering crew is still a skeleton crew, or are we effectively back to full crew, or is that not
No,
correct?
the engineering crew is still largely a skeleton crew.
Okay.
Most of the engineering crew died in the explosion,
Right.
and you came on as like help for an engineer, and then the rescue flotilla brought parts and like maybe a spare engineer, but I don't think that those engineers were staying aboard. They were there just to like get the ship up and running, and then it's assumed that the ship is going to have enough crew to make the rest of its journey
Okay. Okay.
or return home, which I think you guys would all have known at this point that quite a few crew members think that that's what they should be doing is turning
Yeah.
around and going home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Those are my questions.
Cool.
Get myself in this setting.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it was like the end of the day when Gino kind of had that realization, and yeah, I would say you got another day, 2 days left before the ship's probably going to be at least ready to take off and make some jumps.
I will be right back.
Okay. I will too, actually. I'll take the second. Be right back.
Okay. So our goal is to get the ship to jump to a specific location, and that's
Yes.
the ultimate goal. It doesn't. Nothing else. Well, effectively, nothing else really matters because that's all that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So we somehow need to prep for a jump that's close enough to our marked location, and we need to get the engineering bay clear so that when I make the coordinates, no one else is overlooking my work.
I was gonna say we have to get to the EXE system or XE system. I don't have the map.
XE. Yeah,
Or
map's not up.
yeah,
Yeah, because it kind of
we'll
depends
ask
how
him
far
whenever he
we
gets
are.
back.
Yeah, if we're a couple, jumps away, that's a problem. But
Yeah. Could we look at the star map,
No, you can Google
please?
it.
Please,
You got Google.
please.
he's like, figure it out for him.
Yeah.
All right. So that's where we are, and we are going to the XE system. So we're going through Acrid and down to the XE.
Oh no.
All
Well,
right,
that's
we're
sorry.
Oh.
That's where we have to go. That's where we are being told
okay.
to take it.
That was
Sorry,
stupid.
I found where we are now, and we're going to Acrid system.
Uh, yeah, that information hasn't been told to you yet, but
Oh,
I'm back.
in theory, yeah. Well, okay, we'll say spoiler alert. The next morning, before the ship, the ship's still like a day or so out, the captain comes across the intercom with an announcement that the ship has a jump reach of, when it's fully functioning, has a J3. So it can jump 3 sectors parsecs. So what they should be doing is jumping from Arunaseer to Xe to Tech World to, I think, Sync or to Bernie, and then I think to Sync. No, probably I think to Bernie, and then into the high rate. But the captain announces that he's going to limit the ship to 2 parsec jumps. So their new route, which is going to make their journey longer, it's going to take the ship to Acrid to Xe. It's going to follow that red line.
Okay, yeah. So
I
that's
just
our
spilled
routed.
booches in my office. It's going to smell like vinegar pretty soon.
Oh.
And where are we supposed to be getting the ship to?
The XE.
Basically for who? So you guys?
Yeah.
I guess pirates.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Iron Tooth said,
Yeah,
like get the ship to jump to the XE system.
But specific coordinates within the Xe system,
Okay,
which you
specific.
would
Okay.
know, Gina would know as an astrogator, that like the coordinates you want are the ones that put you closest to the planet. These ones are like some 45 million miles away from the planet. So where like its escorts would jump to the planet, and it would actually jump 45 million miles away, where it's going to take the escorts like a day to get there. So it's just like jumping into an ambush. So it's still jumping to the right system, but it
Okay.
looks like an accident.
I thought that we were going to like maybe the Argona system or the Inuran system, and we had to get him to jump to XE on accident.
No.
And so that'll be the second jump. So we'll have, if we all are on the ship, we'll have a full week on there to get things figured out how to make sure things are done, I guess.
Yeah. I guess.
Like, if would you do you think, Briar, would you be able to
So
redo the codes in the jump drive?
So that's what I'm thinking right now. I'm trying to figure out if it would be better to to have an astrogation check and convince them that you need to go like overshoot a little bit for safety reasons, or if it would be better to do a check from the engineering bay and have the warp drive overshoot. But
I don't know if I'd be able to get close enough to
coordinates, it's
the astrogators panel do anything like that. And I mean, I
so
know who the astrogators are, but they're not people we've really worked with yet. We do
gotcha.
know there's one other person, at least one other person, unless um Salvadez, unless he's got unless he's the one that ran the cable, but I don't take it as he would be the one doing that.
Right. So we don't quite have a foot in that door
But we don't know
yet.
when that was put there either. So the engineer that died, he could have been the one that ran that. That would
Yeah.
make sense, wouldn't it?
Because I'm trying to think if you do it from an astrogation perspective. I mean, obviously you can specify location a little bit better. From an engineering side, I imagine it's more of a you need to kind of fault the system to trick it.
Yeah.
If you have, so I guess from with your engineering knowledge, you know that if you have like different coordinates that you'd like the ship to jump, you can manually put those in at the jump drive, at the J drive. You could make those
Oh,
changes to the
okay.
plotted. It's like typically the jump computer, the astrogator from their spot on the bridge would input
Yeah,
all that. They do all the calculations, put all that data in, and that data is fed to the jump drive. And then
yeah.
there's like a little panel on or like a little console on the jump drive where you could go in and like overrule that data and put your own coordinates in, your own jump data in.
Okay. Um,
So we'd either have to create a situation where I'm somehow the astrogator for this jump, or create a situation where Briar can be alone with the jump drive to change the coordinates pre-jump.
yeah. So let's see. We have a week to talk to people and try to, because it's the second jump, right? It's not this first jump.
Right.
So we have a week to either A, try to talk up people and get to the astrogation jumping position, or I was talking to Hetz with this a little bit. The other option is if I'm able to get to the jump, like make the jump and type in my own coordinates, I would just need y'all to distract them long enough so that no one's like overlooking my work. Which I'm not sure how easy that'll be because I don't know if in this system it's like there's a chain of like 3 or 4 engineers, if it's just one engineer.
Yeah, and I'm worthless to you guys in there because there's really not really good reason for me to be in the engineering bay.
Yeah.
I mean, we've kind of endeared ourselves with Paul, with Chief Engineer Paulo, and Engineer Talus.
Leave it to Lexine to get his name right.
I had to look that up. I had to look that up.
Because I've said it wrong like 4 or 5 times and
Yeah,
then pretended to correct myself. Yeah, character.
yeah, yeah. Chief
I
Engineer
mean,
Paulo, and then we have Engineer Talus. They're kind of like friends of ours. So,
would
Wasn't
it be
wasn't Talus part of? She wasn't she the fiance of the guy that
yes,
was?
that blew up the drive or
Yeah,
flooded the
she was
thing.
dating Felmar, but she wasn't identified by Henshaw as a conspirator.
So like we would just have to get like we would have to essentially have their trust to be on the engineering deck alone while they deal with like something else, or like Doom said, create a distraction somewhere else that would need the help of the engineer.
oh, it might be possible to this would be really risky because it's like days in advance, but it might be possible to try to set a series of like engineering fixes that are minor in scale, but enough of them to actually send. Well, then they might just send me. Hmm. That's the only catch is I need to figure out a way to make sure that I'm the engineer making the jump and that all the other engineers are busy.
I do have another question. How early can we put in the coordinates to the new location versus like
It,
all that?
it
Uh-huh.
would be have to be after the astrogator put in their coordinates.
So it would have to be like literally on the wire.
Yeah, ideally you want it when the engineer is completing their portion of the jump. That's when you would want to put them in. There's like a wider thing about how recent your data is. So it's like in terms of just jumping in general. So it's like that with that thought process. Like, well, what if I just put the data in beforehand and it overrode the incoming data, it still has to be. You still want to be within a couple hours of the jump. Otherwise, the data just degrades in terms of its quality, and you increase your risk of misjumping.
Mm-hmm. Are we armed on board? Like, do we have our personal weapons? No.
No.
So does that mean we would have to do our own astrogation check to figure out what the actual, like, we know where we're supposed to be going, but the coordinates, they're affected by where we're at, correct?
Mhm.
So we can't just go off what he gave us. We have to do an astrogation check to get us to that point. Is that the way
Within
that
a couple
works?
hours of that jump, yeah, you're going to want to
Okay.
do those new calculations. Yeah. And I mean, I guess in theory, it could be as simple as taking uh I don't know, I mean, because it's all fake science. So to actually think about like what goes into those calculations, I'd imagine things like the ship's mass, the various potential gravitational pulls being or forces like being applied to the ship at the point of its jump, and then the coordinate, the destinations, and potential like gravity wells within that. So I don't know, maybe it's possible to take the astrogator's overall calculations and then just change the coordinates. Like I could see that as being a thing.
Is the cat getting in the way?
Lolly is very interested in Henry.
Just smack my face.
All right.
It's a bug. Smack.
They'll ignore me all day until I decide to sit down at this computer and do something.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
So yeah. So we can say that we can say that you can, because it's the same system. It's just slightly different coordinates within the same target system. That you can input the coordinates over the astrogator's or like jump data, and it will most likely work out well enough.
Gotcha.
Now, are they going to do like the same skill chain that we would have to do? Like they would have to do like astrogator, engineering because what they
They
have two
just do
Okay, one
one
astrogator.
astrogation.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
now
so their astrogator is going to do that. They would make that astrogation check, and
yes,
then it would still be Briar just doing an engineering check,
yeah.
but it'll probably be a little bit more. The check will be a little more difficult. It's a 4 at a base, so
I was gonna
or
say so with the rules of we can take longer to do it easier or better, whatever
Mhm.
that thing. Would the astrogator take longer to make sure that they're putting in the correct coordinates, which would technically give us more time?
No, because I think the part that takes longer is them doing the math, doing the calculations.
Okay.
So once they've done all the calculations and they put that data into the computer, then it's fed to the engineer, and then the engineer does their part.
Okay. I was just trying to figure
So
out a way to give us more time,
Yeah.
other than
the
a
most
couple minutes.
straightforward way is to do this is to figure out some way to have Briar be the one who
Does the engineering
sets
check?
up the jump. Yeah. Instead of trying to let somebody else do it and then somehow swap the codes afterwards.
Yeah.
Like Sin,
Yeah.
what all can you do with your sound powers?
Well, with awareness, I actually really can't do much. I can't affect other people. Um, hold on, let me go through my list. I have suspended animation. I can enhance
Um,
my strength. I can enhance my endurance. I can boost my fortitude. And like what I did last time, I used inspiration. Ugh. I used inspiration and the goggles and all my luck, and I found that I found the wire that led up to the astrogator thing. And then I can also use regeneration. But I don't really have anything that could help in this situation, really.
maybe you do.
Maybe I do.
The suspended animation. Do you look for all intents purposes dead when that happens?
A manner it's suspended animation state similar to cold sleep but without the intrinsic danger of death by willing themselves into it. Such a state continues for 7 days. There's no need for food and water. Could effectively travel in a
Mm,
cold sleep berth without actually undergoing. May be stopped at any time provided external stimulus is given to awake the sleeper.
So
Hmm.
any random person in an engineering bay that sees you collapse into suspended animation is going to probably check your pulse, and it's going to be so light they're going to think you're dead, which prompts a
That,
call to the doctor along with a very large ruckus in the engineering room.
yeah, could do that.
So we would have to time that out basically around the time the jump needs to be made. And then maybe we don't even need to actually be the ones to put in the wrong coordinates. Maybe if we do it once the new coordinates are received and somebody swaps them out for the correct coordinates while the ruckus happens, and then the jump's made afterwards with those coordinates, then we go to that location and none of us put the coordinates in.
is the I know this is more sci-fi theoretical space stuff.
Mhm.
When the coordinates are sent from the astrogator, is that essentially an automated computer system?
Yeah, that feeds it directly into the J drive.
So,
Yes, so that data still has to be changed. Yeah.
okay.
And but that's what I'm saying. We wouldn't have to necessarily be the ones to kick the jump in.
Yeah,
If
yeah, we would.
somebody during the ruckus, if somebody could take and go in there and change that code, but not go any further in the
Mm-hmm.
process, and then
Mm-hmm.
once things calm
That's
down,
great.
the person would
Yeah.
the chief engineer or whoever go over there and instigate and start the jump using the coordinates that we changed it to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. 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 In theory.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, also, everyone reset their luck, right? To its normal
Oh
value. Like
yeah.
it's really just Lexi. He's the only I think that used it
I
last
yeah
time.
I burned
Yep.
all my luck, but yeah, it's back up. I put
Okay.
it back.
Because adding on to that, assuming I'm in the room already, that gives
Mm-hmm.
me a logical reason to go grab you and bring you to the room. And so that gives you your opening to get in if you're not already in the room.
Well,
The room where it happens.
Briar,
Uh-huh.
you, me, and Jinx are all have all been signed up for engineering.
Okay, so we're all in there
Yeah, so
together.
we're all there. So
Okay,
if
okay, okay.
if need be, you can input the coordinates while Jinx runs and grabs the dock,
Mm-hmm.
and I collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Like that we just need to make sure Talus and Paulo are over near me or I'm near them away from the computer enough that you can just quickly input the new coordinate the incorrect coordinates.
Well,
Yeah,
if you and Jinx are hanging out and you collapse all of a sudden, her running to the chief engineer or somebody of authority makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is turning out great. Please continue, and you just see her making notes in the background.
She's supervising. She's being a captain. Yeah.
Exactly, I'm delegating my duties
Yeah.
to the crew. And also, out of character, I am horrible at planning, so I'm just here taking it in.
Okay.
how,
um,
how long would it take you to change that code, Briar? Like,
that's a good question. Presumably, if it's just a override panel, I just need to. Oh, do I have the? I guess the question is, do I have the authority, or the easy authority to override the codes, or is it like there's a second system I need to access before I can override them? That's what I don't know.
I think you'd have access as part of the
Okay.
engineering crew. Yeah.
Okay,
Cuz
there's not
yeah,
a
we've been fully hired on at this point.
and I
Yeah,
kind of
I'm
like
Yeah.
just because of the
and
nature
that's
of.
if we do this right, we could come out the other side of this heist just looking like victims, just like they are.
Yeah, so we're not even suspected. The only, I mean, it would be a question of like someone in the engineering bay had to have changed the codes, but at the very least, at minimum, I would be the only one suspected. I don't think any of y'all would be suspected, at the very least. Which I
Yeah,
mean, that's one person. That's fine.
they're not going to suspect an officer who retired in good standing that
That
easily
is
either.
true.
They actually might look at
Sorry.
yeah, what's her name? Ah,
Talus.
yeah, Talus,
Hello? Yeah,
because
since her
she
husband.
yeah, her boyfriend was the one that died in the last one. Was the one who was doing everything. So
It'd be a oh so cherry on top if we could somehow frame her too, but let's get the plan established first. But that might be something to look into whenever we get out the end of this and be like, hey, she was in there last, so and all four of us account for that, and then maybe.
I mean, if nobody's pointing fingers toward us, I really hate to frame somebody else.
yeah, because
Yeah,
that might point the finger back at us.
yeah. I would hate to. Honestly, I'd like to cover my tracks as the other half, but we'll see. If they question us, if they ask any questions, then we can start kind of saying something. But like I said, let's get
I,
the plan done first.
I think once everything else is said and done, I don't think there's going to be I don't know how many people's going to end up dying during all of this. And we don't
That's
know what's going
true.
to happen with this ship, if they plan on looting it and leaving. But this is a large ship, so there could be a chance he just plans on trying to steal this thing wholesale. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, talk about something to get people to tell stories about.
yeah, yeah. That's. I imagine he'd bring in the whole crew. It's,
He he
yeah,
he's he seemed like a guy who likes glory.
yeah, that's true.
Well,
Mace, will you roll me a I don't know. Keep going. And I'll come back to it. I gotta figure out what skill I want her to roll.
okay.
Uh-oh.
Get your dice ready though.
I was just gonna say two things. Number one, I must not be seen by Iron Tooth because I think he remembers that I broke a table in half.
Well, he
Well, he
knows
knows you
where.
guys. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, because we sent him a letter.
yeah. He knows you're on the ship.
He
Oh,
was the one
okay.
who gave us the
I
coordinates.
completely forgot about that. Okay. So
I guess
We
James,
just
will you
need
give me a
to.
streetwise check? Sorry.
Uh-oh. Someone might be overhearing us.
No, no.
If I must.
Yeah.
I mean, I will admit I probably would have been like keeping ears and eyes out because I mean I'm not that stupid. I
Streetwise with
hope I'm not that stupid.
intellect.
I mean the intellect isn't gonna help me. That's a 6.
Okay, cool.
Love that. Okay, cool. Great.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Oh
You're
no,
right.
it's just me talking out loud about horrible, horrible things that are gonna happen. Fine.
All right. I'm
the
gonna start writing down this plan.
the other question that I had is, how long were we hired for? Like, were we hired to get them to the Aslan Hyrate, or were we hired to get
Yep.
them to like Bernie?
The rest of the voyage,
The
assuming you want to
Yep.
go.
Okay, so we're going the Hoy to the
That,
Aslan Hyrate.
yeah,
Did we
from what I kind of
tell?
understood, they'd
Did
be
we?
dropping us back off at like a Runa Seer, right? On their way back through.
Potentially. Yeah.
Okay, because I was
I think.
thinking like,
Yeah.
is our ship just
Right.
gonna sit there, or are they gonna go off do a couple jobs like mail jobs
Well,
while we're
Depends
neither
on what
one of
off?
you.
them are the best with the best with piloting and astrogation and engineering. So,
I mean, Kirst has what, a 2 in piloting, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think he's got skills. He just doesn't
Yeah.
have the characteristics to
yeah,
back him up.
his characteristics just suck so
I
bad.
think I think he has enough to like back up his to make him functional.
So he could fly. Okay.
That one's
Claims
not
Google
updated.
Drive.
It's got to be the PDF. He's got a 1 in astrogation.
He has a 2 in
Yeah,
space. Yeah,
a
2
2 in
in pilot.
spacecraft
Yeah.
piloting.
Yeah, so he'd do okay piloting it.
Yeah, but and he has a 0 in Dex, so it's like
No, no.
But like, can he? I mean, technically, you can do a jump from sitting still, so he could pilot out to a location,
Yeah.
park it, do the astrogation check. Like, I mean, the man's got the skills to fly the thing by himself.
yeah, the J drive, the astrogation, and the piloting. He technically could do the entire thing himself and have just
Run back and forth along
Yeah.
the ship. Although no, because the Harrier you can all of your instrument panels, like with the exception of the pilot seat, and I think even that technically are changeable, so you can pull up like an engineering panel on your at your like console. So he could theoretically do it all in one seat. It's just not, like ideally you want somebody looking at the J drive when you're making a jump, but this, ideally you want to change your oil exactly on 5,000 miles, but
So we could have him do it, but we are putting our ship at some risk if we do that. I mean,
yeah,
if it
I
got
mean
attacked
that's
by
just minimal.
pirate,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Um,
Otherwise, we're just paying 50 credits a day docking fee for however long we're gone.
here's the other thing. We don't know what happens once Iron Tooth hits this ship. We don't know if we end up with him, if we still end up with this ship, and if they're off somewhere else, then we don't know where to get back to our ship at.
That was like also the point. Like, did we want to have it follow us to Exy at least? And then like, if we have to get out of there, we have a ship to get out of there. Or like, are we just gonna follow the whole thing to the end and then just pay an outrageous amount of credits for however long we've been sitting there?
I mean, we might be able to work out a deal and say like, "Hey, we've had our ship docked for a while. Could we possibly get that at least paid off?"
Well, it wasn't. What was it? It wasn't much a week, was it?
It's 50 credits a day, 350
Okay.
credits a week. But there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 weeks, which it doesn't seem like much, but it's a nice chunk of change.
and that's just
I
to get
mean,
to the higher rate.
Seven to get to the higher rate.
Oh, okay.
14 to
What's
get
that?
back to Arunasir following the exact same path.
Yeah, but the ship will likely have other routes in the high rate too. It's not just they're not gonna just hit the border and come back.
Okay,
That's
so
probably,
yeah, so it's probably going to be longer
yeah.
before we get back.
I'm,
So it's like,
I mean, if we wanted to go that route, I mean, we do have the one man who can do all the ship stuff needed on his own, and a bunch of empty rooms. We could have him and Mara take some customers here and there.
take some
Okay,
customers, take some mail. That's why I was
taxi
like
service.
thinking like just running between like Arunasir, Corden, uh, like maybe even up to like Pandora and stuff, and just like essentially just make like a little triangle or something, and just run that for the entire time that we're gone. But then again, I also don't know how long we're going to be gone.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, it's rather unlikely, but I would also hate for us to come back and find out that like pirates attacked them because like it's two people, you know?
We could.
Well, I guess we'll. Briar, because I know you have naval tactics, don't you?
Yeah.
Will you give me a naval tactics and intellect check?
All
I
right.
guess it could have been streetwise again, but we'll take naval tactics.
So
I think I might just start. I think I might just. I don't know.
just roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. No,
Okay.
I'm gonna. Briar, you roll, but I think I'd like to give everyone uh one level at least. If you does anyone have the profession skill currently?
Um,
No.
I do
No.
not have any type of
No.
profession. No.
I kind of just to like have this idea of you guys having lived lives and have careers. Can everyone take
Okay.
level one in their particular profession? So Jinx, pirate, uh, Briar, naval officer,
So is it just
Gino, physician.
profession one,
Profession
or would it
zero,
be?
and then in one of the
Okay,
drop boxes put the profession. And
sounds good.
What would
from what
mine
I've
be?
seen, you could I think you could either take like merchant because you traveled with merchants, didn't you? Wasn't that who you primarily went around with
I
afterwards?
was a security guard for the merchants.
So
For
you could do security. Like security is a skill, but like
yeah,
security guard, something like that. I would take that as well. You could either do
security's a
security or
skill.
is it not?
No,
Okay, yeah. So security, you could do like security or
like
what was the scrapper?
yeah.
Either one. I just want, yeah, just to like have something
And
I can easily have you guys roll.
so you want me to
Okay.
have a physician one, and that will be separate from my medic then?
Yeah, because your medic is like that's actually your skill. Whereas like we'll say like the physician one is also you just having the like bureaucratic knowledge and understanding of what it takes to like work as a physician.
Gotcha,
Um,
gotcha.
yeah, so this is just like I'm just using it as like a general knowledge skill that I can have you guys roll sometimes when the characters would have knowledge that we as players don't necessarily have or think of. Just a second, yeah.
Okay. So does it work out as under profession you type in, so like for me, naval officer one.
Hmm.
And so like
Yeah,
as a sub lieutenant, like I have that knowledge.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Also I rolled a 7.
Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. Seven. I mean, you guys are talking about the possibility of the Harrier of the cuttlefish being attacked by pirates when your plan is for the ship you're going to be on to be attacked by pirates. And if the cuttlefish is 6 parsecs away, you guys don't have an escape plan, do you? Currently, like what would your escape plan be?
That's
I
why I brought this up. Was like,
Yeah.
what is our
yeah.
escape plan? Like, do we have it follow us so that we have an out, or do we have it do something, or just sit there and
Okay.
then we follow it through the whole way to the Aslan higher rate, or do we get off
I
at Exy with Iron Tooth?
I presumed we were just getting off with Iron Tooth since we're helping him with the plan.
Well, yeah, but we don't know. Like, I mean, we've had basically no contact with him. So
Yeah.
again, he may be hitting the thing and leaving, and just leaving the ship to limp away.
I do want to bring. Well, okay. Does he know of the cuttlefish? Because if we bring our ship over, he might just shoot it down if he doesn't even know it's us.
I mean, we worked for him before when we had the cuttlefish.
Yeah, I think he does
Like,
because I
yeah,
think yeah.
Okay.
he would definitely know of at least what we like the
Drive.
cuttlefish's like name, because
IP
that's
or
what we
whatever.
use to drop what's his name, Ragnar the Red, his head back
Right.
on uh
Yeah, red thing.
yeah,
So
back on Thief.
we
Well,
could have.
we'd probably want to have it jump at least like half a day away if we went that route, wouldn't we? So that's not right. Doesn't get right in the middle of a scuffle,
Yeah.
but it's close enough it can get in.
Should should we send him a heads up saying we're gonna send our ship to come pick us up and ferry us out,
Um,
or should we just do it?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could send the message, but I don't know how far it would get. And plus, I'm worried about sending too many messages. Like we got the one out. I don't want to send too many of them. They're jumpy already on that ship. We don't want them
Yeah.
intercepting our message and figuring things out.
Right, right. Hmm. Well, I mean, we have to have an escape, so guess we just tell them to show up.
Um, if I look at the coordinates, are they how close are they to the gas giant of Xe?
Probably a couple days. Because you're going to the main plant. Yeah, probably a couple days, at least, like 4, 5.
Probably don't want us sitting out there that long. Yeah, I feel like this part of it's beyond my skill set, guys.
I mean,
We could have the cuttlefish jump to the Xe system, like maybe half a day's away from the ambush point that Irontooth told us. We could have them jump beforehand and like we could tell everybody, oh, we just told them to go on ahead and do some like postal service work or something like that between Arunasir and Tanith or whatnot. And then that way it'll be there whenever we get there. And it'll only be like a half a day away or a day away at most. And then we could always do it that way, and then once the attack happens and everybody disperses from the attack, if we're still alive, then we have our out. Because my other thought was we could always send it in with the attacking fleet, but I don't think Mara Pete has any gunnery or pilot uh, skills.
Well, that and I am really. We can keep our names clean in all this. I think it's would be awesome.
yeah.
And putting our ship out there kind of puts our names out there. I think sending it ahead like that to just kind of wait. Then we can always shoot a message to them, I would assume, if need be, then.
I mean, also, if we have it, like, if we send them ahead and they, and we, call them, I mean, we're already going to be in trouble for, like, they're already going to suspect us for knowing about what was going to happen if the ship is there. So we already know the consequences. They're probably only going to send maybe 1 or 2 ships after us, but they're not going to do it right away. No. Okay.
I I just like I'm gonna be honest, it just kind of sounds like our best route is to just reach out and have him pick us up. Because like as unsafe as it is, it's really it us getting caught is us better than being on the ship and us dying with everyone else on the ship. Because otherwise we have our ship tailing this big vessel. And if they catch this, our ship, well, I guess they wouldn't see our ship tailing them, but It just sounds like no matter which way you go, there's so many things that can happen with our ship that at the end of the day, it sounds safer just to send one message and say, "Hey, are you able to pick us up?"
Problem is we won't have an answer before we got to leave.
Yeah, that's a good question. And getting it on the, because we have what, like 2 days?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like a day at this point, I think.
And it takes a couple of days for a message to go out and back in.
and that
At least a
message would
week.
have, yeah, and that
A
message would
week?
have to
Yeah.
get to him wherever he's at, and then
Okay, we have
from
2
him
weeks.
to whatever ships he's going to have to be a part of that. Because we don't know if he's going to be part of it or not.
Um, I mean, we could tell. Sounds really rough, but we could have fucking goddamn it, why can I not remember his name? Ver Ver the dude we picked up originally.
Hirsch?
Kirsch, that's what it is. We could have him go out, send the message, and relay the information and be like, hey, are you able to pick him up, or are we able to join you? And essentially we kind of just bank on the fact that he's able to successfully communicate that.
We're
I
also
think we're still dealing with a timing issue at that point.
we are forgetting someone. Vuvuzuela, whatever his name is. The other guy that's involved.
Avuzela?
He- yeah.
Avestas?
Yeah,
Vuvuzela.
Velez, whatever his name is, Vuvuzuela. I don't know. Yeah.
Venezuela?
Yeah, him. What is his out? Like, is he just gonna stay on the ship? Is Henshaw just gonna stay on the ship? Because
Well,
if
Henshaw, we don't know about him. We know Henshaw is being blackmailed into this.
yeah,
So theoretically, she would stay with the ship unless the idea was to take the whole ship. And I just don't know. I mean, that would be some serious bragging rights, but I think just breaking into the black box is bragging rights enough.
I mean, also taking 660 tons of cargo is pretty lucrative, even if they don't know what it is. Well, they probably
But you
they
got to have the whole,
they
you
might,
have to steal the whole ship to make that happen.
or just bring enough ships to carry it all. He is in charge of a fleet, isn't he?
I guess that's a possibility.
You just need
I
to
mean,
disable the whole ship.
that would stop a fight if they popped into an overwhelming force.
Yeah, and with a skeleton crew already.
Well, skeleton engineering crew.
I think I personally like the idea of our ship following us along ultimately, but not following us along and popping out into the middle of nowhere where we are, but just they can do a mail slash trip passenger run from Arunasir to Acrid, and then another one from Acrid to Xe, just heading straight for the planet. If they refuel in Acrid, then they have enough fuel. If they don't have time in Xe, basically drop those people off and then just start flying out toward the point. And then they're at least in the same star system as us,
Mm-hmm.
but not in the middle of all the shit.
Yeah.
If we do get picked up by one of Iron Two's crew, then we can have them send a message to our ship since it's in the same star system. That's a message we can send.
Yes. I also had the
If
thought of, like, if we send the cuttlefish, because there's another ship in geosynchronous orbit above the planet, right? Two
Do
of them.
now.
Two of them. So those are
Hmm.
going to be going with us, correct? They're going to be jumping to
Correct.
the correct location, while we're jumping
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
the incorrect location. Would the fleet say no, or would the other two ships say no to our ship just essentially following along and being like a third ship in the fleet. Like, be like, hey, we're here to, like, since we're on board the treasure ship, that gives us like that gives the reason for it to follow
I'll be
instead of
right
just
back, guys.
happening to pick the same route that we need to go on.
Yeah.
So
You could ask. Yeah.
Could I use my naval officer knowledge to know if that's like something that's reasonable to ask?
Sure. Yeah. Give me intellect and your naval officer skill.
Ooh.
It might be naval tactics, but I'll take. Yeah, I think they're the same.
Okay. Wait. Six. Yeah.
You're not sure. You've never heard of it happening, but yeah.
Hmm.
But you've also
Alright.
you probably never heard of a situation like this, hiring on, random hands who aren't part of the Navy.
Okay, so it kind of just up in the air. Like depends on the person.
it depends on the
Mm-hmm.
mood.
Yeah.
You guys would know just from your interactions on the ship that the best person to ask that would be First Officer Jagad, Commander Jagad.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Now I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to the profession thing,
Yeah.
pretty much, I think I'm the only one who's actually had multiple professions,
Uh,
technically.
Gino, Gino had he was in the Navy for like a term.
Okay,
Yeah. So
so
I was just having
yeah,
you choose one, whichever
okay,
one you
because
feel like
yeah,
yeah.
I chose scrapper because I feel like that would be more useful. Because like as a security guard, you're just sitting there making like recon checks the entire
Yeah.
time. So it's like I feel like I could already do that. So why would I
Mm-hmm.
do a different thing?
Yeah.
So I was just curious about that.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's fine. Scrapper's good.
Hmm. Well, who should ask? Who do we think would be the best person to ask?
Who's the best orator? Who's got the best talking skills? Because it sure as hell is not me.
Um,
It would be Briar or Gino, wouldn't it?
I'm like good at deception and broker.
What are we talking about?
I
Uh,
mean, it's
Possibly
also
talking to Commander Jagad to see if we can have our ship tag along, just as kind of like
Um,
like an unofficial like fourth ship in the fleet. But because we've been hired on the treasure ship, like those two haven't, and we don't want our ship to just sit there and accrue $5,000 or 5,000 credits worth of docking fees, which
yeah, no, I think I could probably talk to him about that. That doesn't seem like too big of a deal. We could probably go that route.
that way it's going to the correct location, and we can still do everything that we've planned and just have it like immediately take off. But like then we still have our out.
we could also possibly use a bargaining chip of like, hey, it's an extra ship, extra guns in case something like, you know, in case someone tries to attack us. Our ship is at your just like
Wink,
basically
wink,
there
nudge,
to
nudge.
help. Yeah, like an
Yeah,
extra
but
unpaid bodyguard, basically.
yeah, but are they really that scared of somebody attacking them?
I mean,
Not
Things are.
they
really,
do have
but
two military ships and the treasure ship, which has guns on it. So that's why I'm kind of like trying to position it as like it'll just kind of follow us. It's just going to do other random jobs while we're working on the ship. Like it's just going to like take post from Marunasir to Acrid, or
it's more of a
take people from Acrid to Exy, and it's
Yeah,
like that. It gives it like a parallel route without being suspiciously parallel.
Right.
Yeah, I think we can make that happen.
What does the captain have to say about this?
You see her drinking her alcoholic hot chocolate as she is, enjoying making
Do you
some
still have
like.
any of that left?
I like to think I do.
She bought a
Still
couple
hot
kegs worth,
chocolate.
didn't she?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got like one
yeah.
or two kegs. Yeah, maybe I'm like on the last half of the last keg, and we'll need to
Okay.
go restock soon. Yeah, I just do that. No, this sounds brilliant. Talk to them, see if our ship can follow along with us while you think of some random reason to get all of us in the. I have to admit, I kind of when you started talking about the sport things, my mind just kind of ventured off. But
Lights on,
I
nobody's home.
trust you. Yes, I trust you with what you said.
Mildly off topic, but does that mean Jinx has been blowing up every single fucking bathroom for the last
Yes.
2 months?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah.
Hey,
It's been
that
like
is
that flight to Barcelona. You guys have had to turn around so many times.
I feel so bad for the janitors everywhere we've been.
Yeah, Mara Pete. Yeah, you're a steward.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Does Gina want to go chat with Commander Jagad?
Yeah,
You
I'm
guys are
assuming.
in.
Do we have anything else to do? Because we've got two more work days before this thing takes off.
I think you guys spent a while, like, talking about your plans. We'll say one more day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we need to try and get in order before we like we have this all down, right? Get the ship to follow along. We at the right time have Lexington fake a sudden death.
I faint using suspended animation.
Jinx goes running to get the chief engineer for help. Chief engineer will probably put a
Paulo.
call in for me. While all that's going on, Briar quickly changes the code, and then once the code's changed, he can come join the rest of the whatever's going on. I'll have Lexian brought back to the med bay, and then we can jump from there. That puts us in two different locations, but I think that's the best we can do. Puts me and Lexian in one location, and Jinx and Briar in one location.
I want to discuss one last thing before we finalize. In
Okay.
the instance that we are actively like changing the codes and I get caught, what do we want to essentially just barricade ourselves in the engineering bay and just wait until the jump is completed? Do we want to try to play it off?
If you get caught halfway through changing the code, change the code from back to front. And if you get caught halfway through changing the code, you can just say you noticed something, you noticed it wasn't right, and you were trying to fix it.
Okay. I'll just use,
Like
yeah,
something happened and it came through wrong.
feed into that deception.
That also brings up another question. Are we allowed our personal weapons, or will we be provided with weapons, or are we just not allowed weapons at all?
As far as I'm aware, we're unarmed.
Yeah, we've been checking our weapons when we go on there.
Yeah,
have,
but like,
I would assume they would continue to have us do the same.
Yeah.
We're
is
probably
But,
my,
best
like-
leaving all of our weapons on the ship.
but
On our
would
ship.
yeah,
The Marines on board are the only ones that would carry, like, consistently. If for whatever reason there were like the ship were to be boarded, at which point, and this is stuff both Gino and Briar would know. Briar for sure, like that since you guys aren't part of the like naval security or the Marines, you would be the ship. They would give you like weapons out of the ship's locker if the ship were to be boarded. But until that point, it would be odd if you had a weapon. Yeah.
Is my piston fist locked in any way, or is it free?
It's probably locked or somehow barred. At least currently,
Okay.
while you're, yeah.
Okay.
So if we've been checking our weapons in every day,
Hmm.
or just leaving them on the ship, if we were to check our weapons in, and then they were just to hand out weapons from the locker, would they hand us our weapons from the locker? Or would they just hand us
Probably not.
random weapons from the locker?
Probably just whatever they get their hands on.
Yeah, because they want to give you like weapons that aren't gonna that aren't hull crackers, you know, that aren't gonna.
What do you mean?
That aren't a shotgun.
Yeah. Also, the assumption would be that if you guys were going to join them for the duration of the trip, that you wouldn't bring weapons on board to check in the first place. You would
Yeah,
leave
there
them
Okay.
wouldn't be
on your
weapons.
ship.
So all of our weapons would be on our ship,
Cuttlefish.
on the cuttlefish,
Hmm.
except for the left arm of Lexian.
Hmm. And briars. Yeah. Yeah, because the piston fist specific usage is as a weapon, right? It's not like there's no real, yeah.
I
So yeah,
imagine it has construction implications, but effectively, like it's like a sledgehammer. It's a weapon. I mean,
I think it's designed as a weapon. Yeah,
yeah,
the same way you could use a shotgun to cut down a small tree. Yeah, it's
yeah, it's like technically.
yeah. So yeah, they
Okay.
probably would like put a little restrainer on
And I
your
presume
piston
it's
fist.
like the actual punching mechanism. Okay, well, this is a more dynamic question. Adding on now,
Hmm.
the arm it's obviously a piston fist, but the arm also doubles as I can use it for strength.
Yeah.
Upon them locking my piston implication, does that remove the strength bonus?
No, I think it just like it deactivates the hydraulic portion of the fist that like extends.
Got you. Okay, okay. So
So
I
yeah,
still
so
have
you
the
still have this you
extended
still have the
range.
strength bonus from it. Yeah.
Great.
Same thing with
Okay.
Lexian. Like they're not concerned about Lexian's arm because he doesn't have a weapon component. It's just the strength.
Yeah. Got you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so you guys are at work.
Okay.
And what Gina's gonna go chat with Captain Commander Jagad.
Yeah, yeah. I'll probably at some point wander out, and assuming I can't go to the flight deck, so I'd
Mm-hmm.
probably just go to the galley and just kind of hang out there, assuming that they'll come by at some point.
Okay. You can also message her. I mean, you have like you have a
Oh
you're
yeah,
given a
I
little
guess
Swiss
so.
tablet. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'd do that. I'd shoot her a message and just ask her if she could meet me around lunchtime in the galley. Then.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, midday around lunchtime, she heads on over to the galley and Doctor Starhart and
Yes,
Lockhart.
Starheart.
Starhart. Yeah, Doctor Starhart. That's her one. That's her getting the names mixed up, not me. Um, Doctor Starhart. Yes. What can I do for you?
Yeah. Well, I'm really really excited that you guys have decided to take us home for the rest of the trip. We do have one little dilemma we've kind of run into though, and that's that we have our own ship that we've been traveling around with, and we do have a skeleton crew that could keep that ship up and going. I didn't know if you guys would have any issue with that ship kind of tagging along and making jumps at the same time that we're all making jumps just from planet to planet, so that way they're with us. And when the journey's done, they'll still be with us, and we can hop on, and they can just either take passengers or mail or whatever as they're making the jumps. Just I know this is a military detail. I didn't want to just have a civilian ship just making jumps at the same time the military detail was every time. That probably wouldn't go so well. I figured I'd better get clearance with you first.
Yeah, she's like sipping. She has like some miso for lunch, so she's just like sipping her soup and listening. We give me a persuade check with your social.
Well,
Nice. She kind of looks at you and she's like listening and nodding and just yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Just if something were to happen, if the worst should come to pass, just instruct your crew to stay out of the our escort's way. I'll inform the captains of the Camino and the forget the other one and the other ship.
Okay, can do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else I can do for you?
No, that should be all. I'll look forward to what's hopefully a smooth voyage from here.
Likewise. Yeah, she stands up and walks off. Cool. So yeah. Anything else you guys need to do today before the ship takes off in the morning?
Can we hit the bar real quick? Because I feel like Jinx might need another top off of some alcohol to take with her.
Uh-huh.
Yes, since I'm sadly almost out of my
Alcoholic hot chocolate.
Yes. Yes.
I have a question. Is that a Torpal specialty, or is that something that you could probably get anywhere?
I think you could find the recipe elsewhere. Yeah. I think it's one of their famous beverages, but I think it's got enough of a following of a fan base that like people will make it elsewhere,
You
and
can find bootleg
they'll even
versions
like
other places.
yeah, they probably export a little bit of like dried hot cocoa and you add your own specific rum or something to it.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Are you trying to say that I can make this by myself?
Maybe. I mean,
Hmm.
you had what? A couple kegs? Why not refill
I
them?
did. I'll have to then, I guess. But maybe another drink since, the chocolate doesn't really agree with me. You know how it is.
I bet Mara knows her way around the kitchen, I believe. She can help you.
I don't know how to read the Excel sheet that is her stats
Mm-hmm.
or her character sheet. So like,
Yeah, because we don't have a PDF for her, so I don't know what her skills are actually.
well,
At the bottom of the sheet, hit characteristics and skills,
there's like
and
a
then
bunch of stuff that's like, it's just got a bunch of numbers, but like some of
yeah.
them
So
are
the
some of them are
this
highlighted, some of them aren't. Like,
yeah. So the far right is the check. The all the grays with a little bit of like, blue in there. That's just the check. Uh, with the skill and the characteristic, but all you're really going to look at is this first column. There's a highlighter.
oh, okay.
That's her level. So this is saying like check check DM by characteristic. So if she did admin using her strength, I don't know how that would be some really aggressive administration. It'd be a zero
Work.
because she has a -1 for strength.
It's
Versus
aggressive
if you go over to social,
negotiations.
exactly. There you go. So your real concern is just this first column, the level, the one with the drop down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that leaves the question of, would that be a profession or would that be an art?
I think you go under steward.
It would just go under steward, just in general.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
so like,
so.
okay, cooking would be under steward.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
she
good
does have
cooking,
it too.
like cooking up a squirrel when you guys are like stranded on a planet would be survival, but yeah, give her.
But
She's also
instead,
got a.
cooking up a bunch of squirrels on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
military tactic switched to 8 real quick.
Let's go 8. Yeah, it's her
Oh,
secret, her secret ability.
yeah.
That's the
She's a military
encyclopedia.
genius.
Oh, good lord, she's trained with a blade. What's with her group and blades?
Oh, she's a noble.
Hey,
She had to take some fencing classes.
hey, we want to be pirates on the high seas, okay? We want to be swashbucklers with scimitars and rapiers and I don't know,
Yeah,
short swords maybe.
cutlasses.
Cutlasses. There we go.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember that term.
Hard to
All
see,
right.
Lolly. Come on.
Cat's lollygagging around.
No lollygagging.
My wife came down here and grabbed her and the other cats. and decided she was going to just lock them up in her room and just cuddle with them for a while. And I guess Lolly just sit there at the door crying. That's why I had to
Meowing.
leave. I had to go get her.
Yeah. There you go.
She's like,
Okay.
bitch.
So yeah, you can get some booze and stuff at the bar. But Briar would like point out too that alcohol's not allowed on an Imperial naval vessel.
Oh, it would
You
go
could
on
try
our
to
ship.
like
It would go on our ship.
okay on your ship. Okay,
Oh yeah,
cool.
no,
Yeah, yeah, you
it
can do
would go
that.
on. It would go on our ship, so
I
that
thought you
when
were saying so
yeah,
she wouldn't dry out on the
no,
trip
no,
over.
no. It would go on our ship, so that
Gotcha.
whenever we get back, she can have a raucous enjoyment
Mhm.
of merriment.
I
You
better
give me
have a raucous enjoyment.
yeah, Jinx. Will you give me a check of the broker variety? You can use your social.
So I am not trained in broker, so this
Mm-hmm.
is gonna go great.
So -3.
Yeah, so that's a 6. So that's a 3. I'm assuming I get nothing.
Yeah, I mean this planet's such a backwater that they're like hot cocoa. Why would you mix liquor and chocolate? That doesn't even make sense.
You should try it sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate?
Chocolate.
I wonder if I spruced up my chemistry skills, if I could help that way.
There you go.
Come on.
Just watching the cat just nope.
There you go. All right. Anything
Well,
else before you guys take
could
off? Oh, go ahead.
could they at least sell us the recipe if they would like they just don't know it at all?
Oh, I think you could find the recipe in your ship computer.
Oh, in the ship computer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a general store that might sell hot cocoa powder?
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing else that I want to
There's a
do.
few other
So.
ideal spices that you won't have access to, but you can definitely get hot cocoa powder. You can make like you said, a bootleg version of it. You just hot cocoa powder and liquor. And you're missing
and
a few of the extra like little razzle dazzles, but
and then she can
okay.
just make it as strong as she wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
One drop of hot cocoa.
New plan. Through the entire 2 weeks, as we're 2 or 3 weeks while we're on this trip, we'll have them make hot cocoa. And once we come back, it's gonna be like 10 gallons. We'll be set.
You
10
empty out
gallon.
one of the
Oh,
fuel tanks.
love that.
It's like fuel. You mean the hot cocoa storage?
Yeah, yeah. That's the cocoa tank. That's no. 1 ton worth of cocoa. Okay, cool. Anything else?
Nothing from me, at least until we take off, and then I get the suspended animation myself. Whee! Or at the correct moment. Get
During the
suspended
trip, I'm
animation
probably
myself.
going to be looking around the engineering bay, but that's it.
Okay, yeah.
You should be
So,
pretty
yeah,
acquainted with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
next day comes around. What are you
Yeah.
looking for
That's right.
specifically?
Honestly, it's more of a layout thing so that when the plan happens, like, what would be the best spot to make sure everyone is over there? What are the sight lines? So, like, if someone's going to walk up and see me, where are they coming from? Type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Just like things to keep in the back of my head.
Gotcha.
Well, this right
Nothing
here is the J
specific.
drive, isn't it? Nope, nah, I'm not pinging. This right here is the J drive, isn't it?
No, that's one of the launches.
Oh, that's the launch. Okay.
Yeah, there's another one over here. Oh, it's blacked out. You can't see it.
Which is the console that I'll be operating at?
Wait,
Um,
do they have 4 J drives on this?
yeah, I was trying to
Is
figure out
that
if
what
those
these
are
are?
supposed to be. Let's try to figure out. I think those may just be. So these are like what the engines themselves, and these
They
would be
seem to
the
be.
J drives, and they're all just linked. Unless it was this, but I think it's in my mind it's these ones.
Okay.
So I think that they're linked. So I think you could go from any of these 4 consoles.
Okay.
So essentially, I
These
would just
guys.
need to essentially faint like somewhere over here, or
Back
somewhere
corner,
that
yeah.
one of these 4 spots can be blocked from view.
Mm-hmm.
If that is the case, then I will probably try and position myself like here between two of them. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty good spot.
Okay. Yeah. So as as the trip gets underway, I'm just gonna drop you guys back in the map real quick, just to kind of show you
Mm-hmm.
the ship's gonna jump to Acrid first. It's gonna go land and refuel on Acrid, and the crew will be given a day of shore leave, and they'll come back. You know, then you'll take off the next day. You know, mosey on out to your jump point, and then jump to or XE. So you have a week and a day, plus probably we'll call it like a week and 2 days um,
All right.
of time. Which
So,
you know you're doing jobs and things around the ship that you're assigned to, like fixing, because the ship isn't back to its original status. It's still has a lot of work that needs done. It's just it can fly. It can jump and fly now.
so 2 questions.
Hmm.
One, are we increasing our study training?
No, you're not gonna have enough time.
Okay. And then 2, what is the monetary gain that we would be getting from jumping from one planet to the next, from the ship itself doing its thing, from the
Like
cuttlefish?
from the cuttlefish.
Yeah.
We will figure that out once you guys are back aboard the cuttlefish.
Okay. I will write that down because I'm going to forget that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And are we still getting the same salary a day we were?
Yeah. Yeah. What were you
Was it
getting before? It was like
was
200.
200?
I think it was
Yeah, I think
200. Yeah.
200 credit. One month.
Yeah.
200 credits per day.
Hmm.
So we are now at what?
Right.
What? A week and 4 days? I think we said,
Yeah.
because we had
Well.
2 days there at the beginning,
Mhm.
and then we're gonna have 2 days or like a day of leave, and then like the other day there plus the week.
Yeah.
So a week and
There
four
is some
days.
stuff. Yeah, it's not been. Yeah, that week and 4 days hasn't passed yet. You're still, we'll say you're still like in jump space right now.
I suppose
But
we can figure out how much time we were on the ship once we're not on the ship.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Also, depending on how you leave, may influence whether or not you're paid. Yeah. Let's say you get paid when you take shore leave. Every time the ship lands to refuel, you're paid out. I think that would make the most sense. That way, you have money to spend on shore leave.
Okay.
Does
So
that mean?
as the ships, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that means when we hit there, we'll have what 2,200 or no, a week is 7 days, not 5 days,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and then we were there a day before, so that's 8.
It would be
Okay,
1,600.
yeah.
Cool. Is there anything else you guys want to do while you're on the ship, or you just kind of waiting for your moment?
Uh, Lexion would be like trying to scrap things that can be scrapped, fix things that can be fixed, just doing just general maintenance and just trying to make make it look like he's actually caring about the ship
Okay.
because he does. But like he's also prepared.
Yeah. A few things you notice while you're on the ship is, since you're like part of the crew now, part of the ship, part of the crew. Did I say that last time? My mind. And is that the Marines that are stationed to guard you aren't really, they're no longer just like all shadowing you everywhere. Your access is still really limited. Like you can't get through the valves to get up to the flight deck, um, or into the vault, obviously. But one of the cargo bays it kind of is made clear that it's like also sort of like a hangout spot for a lot of the crew. So you're given access to one of the cargo bays. That's about it.
Okay. Hey, is that one going to be ungrayed out or?
Yeah, we can. It's going to be so the cargo bays are multi-story. So I'm gonna ungray out part of it because you're given this little top space that the crew kind of socializes, and they've even set up some like card tables and stuff and a little lounge.
Wasn't that the commissary here?
That's it's like the mess hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, I'm give me 1 second here.
I was just double checking
Yeah.
because like
So
this
they've
is the
given like
lower cargo deck on the left side.
okay.
This is technically the upper. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I guess the whole thing is the upper cargo deck, isn't it? So yeah. So
ooh.
you're given this.
Hey, that
What's
is
up?
really close to the vault. Like, really close.
Yeah, I mean,
Because the vault's right here. Or the door for it's right here with the panel and all that.
yeah, it's not really much of a reason for us to
I
even
know,
try
but
that.
it's just a observation
Yeah,
that we now have access to something that's really close to the thing that we're trying to rob.
It's because we're great.
All right, Tony the Tiger.
Great. Yep.
Says the Varger.
Leave me alone. It's fine.
Well, one of the people. Well, let's see. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will Jinx? Will you give me a 6? Yeah, or one. Recon check. Uh, is your bonus to recon it's scent and hearing? Is that right? Or is it just scent?
Hearing and smell.
Okay, yeah. So that gives you what? A bonus die
A
or
+1.
a boon? Okay, +1. You can take that +1.
Yay. Okay. And you said recon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then intellect.
Oh, that's not gonna help. That is an 11 plus 12. Woot.
Nice. You as you're working on in the engineering bay one day, you hear who is it? Sorry, give me a sec.
I have scented all the regulars of the engineering bay, so I would know by scent who, if that
I
helps.
think you've sent it about everybody. Every face I see here has got a yellow dot on it.
I
Yeah.
Just the
have
ones you can't
really
see.
I have really tried my best to make it so I could just sniff people and know like, oh yeah, it's fine, or know who it is immediately, so I'm not like distracted. As you do.
If you like take a sniff and be like, "Yep, that's rat number 6."
Yep.
I know he's here.
It is. Let's see, do you have his? Hold on. Just check and see if you got this other guy's sent.
Is it one of my buddies? You know, me and those
No.
two guys, man.
Does he not? I don't know if this guy has a token. What in the world?
Have
Really?
I not scented him yet? That must be fine to me.
I can't find.
Could you say that's insensitive of you?
Oh my god, please.
All right, back to the list.
Yeah,
That's
weird. It's the cargo engineer, Niven, but I can't find a token for him.
He
But
never
he
existed.
was never there. Yeah, he never existed. Him and Chief Engineer Paolo are like sitting over at a console, and you hear the cargo engineer, kind of like, this is absurd. We should be turning around and going home. I mean, the ship is still in tatters. The morale is non-existent, and he's concerned about his reputation, which, I mean, to be fair, to be honest, he barely has one at this point anyway. And Chief Engineer Paulo is kind of nodding and listening and agreeing, but you can tell that the cargo engineer or cargo chief Niven is like kind of incensed. He's pretty frustrated, pretty furious. He's like, it's not just me that thinks this. I've spoken with a few of the other crew. It's I don't know. And then Chief Engineer Paul is like, well, what are you gonna do? Like, nothing. What there's nothing we can do. It just makes me feel better talking about it. I'll leave you to it. And he stands up and kind of huffs and walks off.
Okay, were they talking about that captain?
I
Or
don't know.
do
That's
I
what they said.
know? That's just I
That's
just
what you
heard
heard.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I caught everything. Pretty sure I caught everything. Am I near Briar or Lexian, since they would be working down there with me too?
Yeah, you mean a minute or two walk away from him at least, yeah, at most.
I'll finish quote unquote what I'm doing, and I'm just gonna find a spot that looks bad enough that would need more than one person to fix, and get their attention and kind of point that way. So we're all congregated around one thing. And once they get there, I will tell them. So I just overheard an interesting conversation. It seems that the cargo chief and the chief engineer were talking. Of course, I'm whispering so nobody else can hear. The cargo chief thinks that we should be turning around and going home because this ship is in tatters, and it makes no sense. The morale of this crew is non existent, and that he's worried about his reputation, but then again, he doesn't really have one. The chief engineer says, are you going to do anything? And the cargo chief says, can't do anything, but I feel better talking about it. Thanks for listening, and walk away. I am assuming they're talking about the captain of this ship. But you all are smarter than me. You might have inferred.
Oh well, that's good. Hopefully, whenever, uh, hopefully there's not much resistance. Then I'll say
I
that
guess
very quietly.
I guess we'll find out.
And I probably won't be doing anything special outside of what I'm hired to do.
Okay.
I'm going full sleeper agent. As soon as it's time, I'm triggering. But before that, I'm just a worker.
Gotcha. Sure thing.
So
Yeah.
we've been
Oh, go ahead.
given bunks, right?
Yeah, I think. Here, I want to unblock your bunks.
Okay. I just have a question. Are all of our bunks kind of together, or?
At least two of you, because the bunks are two apiece. And then I'm trying to remember if let's see if there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, but Dr. Starheart gets a bunk on the up in officer country. Yeah, you're there.
Sweet. Hey, it's right next door.
Yeah, what a commute. And then we'll say the other three of you are there, and it's up to you who wants to bunk with who. But then the odd person out is bunking with Talus.
Ooh.
So who's bunking with Talus?
Up
I
to you
mean,
guys.
Lexion already has a
Whoever wants-
rapport with her.
I mean,
So,
yeah, if
he-
Lexian wants to, I don't care.
Unless we want to put all the females together.
Eh.
Girls' night.
I mean, I think it would be better with you since you could actually talk to her.
With the social of 2?
Yeah, you never know.
Hey, look, we never said well.
Exactly.
Talk like I do in real life. Uh.
There you go. You got the spirit. I don't think there's any prep work we can do because like our plan's pretty straightforward.
The only thing that I can think of is like, can I have a practice sleep? Like a practice
You would-
fall?
Yeah, in your bunk, you just I picture Briar like so after like dinner one day, you're sitting in your bunk and Briar's like sitting on the top bunk, and you're just like pretending to fall down and die on the floor of your little bunk area, and he's like scoring you, giving you grades. So yeah, you can practice. I mean, in terms of what, like rolling or
like actually like giving myself suspended animation, because it also says, uh, it may be stopped at any time provided an external stimulus. Now,
Mhm.
is that a specific stimulus? Because it says such as a friend nudging them or a mechanical alarm.
Mhm.
Is that going to be opened, or is that going to be stopped if anybody decides to like say shake me or slap me? Or can I have it like set so that I only wake up when uh like Gino like sticks a needle into my arm?
I
Well,
mean, it
not that
wouldn't
arm,
make
this
much
arm.
sense if anything could knock you out of it. Because, like, say you use it when you're like floating in space to not die, and then
You
you
bump into
bump
something.
into the ship.
Yeah. So like, would it be a specific thing like somebody taps like a rhythm on my arm and then it just like wakes me up?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't planning on having like Paulo shake you and you wake up just to like screw you over.
Okay.
I'm just thinking like, yeah, I do you want it to be a certain type of stimulus that wakes you up, or like you can? I'm happy to have you kind of set it that way. Just yeah,
Well, because like my
we're
thought
we're creating
was,
some precedent, so just yeah,
yeah.
think about how you want to do it moving forward. But yeah, I'm fine with like if you want it to be, yeah, someone taps your wrist or flicks your nose 3 times, or yeah, jabs you with a needle. It's 2 flicks on the nose, 1 pull on the ear, only the left ear. Um, up,
Tap
down,
out a
down, left,
shave and a
right.
haircut.
Yeah, yeah,
Spin around and
shaking
do a little jig and click their heels together.
But not 2 pence. What? Not 2 pence. Just shaving a
Hey,
haircut.
Macarena.
Yeah.
um, it would probably be like a rhythmic tap on like the arm or something like that.
Yeah.
Something that would be easily accessible, but like only we would know it.
It's unlikely to
Uh,
just
yeah,
randomly be done.
it's very unlikely to randomly happen.
Yeah.
What if I
That
just
works for me.
start chanting, "I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a
Well,
teepee"?
then I would say you're 2/10.
Exactly, it'll pull you out of it, won't it?
I mean, it really would, but I don't think that would probably go unnoticed if you start chanting that and then I just suddenly wake up.
Well, me and you are the theory. My theory is that I'm going to have to take you away to the med bay till
Yeah.
things calm down and then they finish the jump. So once I get you back to the med bay, I can wake you up however.
That's why I was thinking something kind of subtle, like, and I'm thinking for the future here too, like, if I'm in suspended animation, like, just floating 0G in the cargo hold to pretend that I'm dead, and then somebody just comes up to me and just, like, taps out a quick rhythm on my arm, and that wakes me up, that would be fine because like my arms are pretty much always out. I don't think I could hide them unless I'm like laying on top of them and like hiding them. But
Well,
even
if
then,
you
my
lose one of your
shoulders and upper
arms.
arms might be out, so it's like it's something that's kind of readily available, and then only us would know the rhythm to wake me up.
Makes sense.
Kind of like a paladin in a bottle type deal. Chuck me at the enemy, tap my shoulder and tap my arms, and then be like, "Oh, I'm awake now. Time to punch."
Hmm.
So what do we want that rhythm to be? We could do super basic and do like the skunk in the barnyard PU type thing.
Yeah, but then if we forget that and it comes time, it's like, oh wait, fuck. What's the rhythm again?
Hey, very
Fuck.
simple. Da 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 da.
Yeah, that's shaving a haircut, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
shaving a haircut, 2 pence.
2 pence.
Yeah, it's like it's something
He
easy like
he does
that.
shave a haircut, and then you wake up and go, you do 2 pence.
I just hand you 2 credits.
Yeah, there you go.
It's an unfortunate side effect. Every time I
Yeah.
lose 2 credits.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we can assume you don't have to remember what it is, but we can assume
Okay.
you've got a special code, wake up code.
Yeah, a literal
Yeah.
wake up code.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, if there's nothing else, then yeah, that week goes by, and ship lands on Acrid, and you have a day of kind of shore leave.
That would be what,
Yeah.
8 days then?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the rest, or at the beginning of the leave day. Sorry,
Yeah, at the beginning of the leave
at the
day.
beginning of the
8
leave day.
days.
All right. So it's one jump in 8 days.
So yeah, so that you're 1600. Yeah, cool. Anything you want to do while you're waiting on while you're on leave?
I'm gonna hang out with my boys, as you do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'd,
Pretty
I'd
much.
probably just I'd probably just take it as a chance to touch base with everybody else because I'm kind of segregated while we're on the ship.
Yeah,
That's
I
Yeah.
mean
true.
you can probably access the engineering bay if you wanted to. You probably have yeah, but
Okay.
and you see them at meals and stuff.
I mean, touch
Yeah.
base without any worry of anyone overhearing us as well.
Yes,
Yeah, that
for
wouldn't be bad.
sure.
Just doing a little check in.
Yeah.
I
I
mean, oh
will.
god.
I will try to get the boys at least. I think a face drunk told me all that stuff and then didn't remember the next day. I am gonna specifically try to get him like drunk as many times as possible and see if I could get literally anything else out of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you have a day off, so you've got one chance. You can give me a carouse check with your charisma.
Okay. Carouse, we could do this. Seven.
I mean, no, he gets drunk with you, but nothing crazy.
Dang it.
Yeah. The other thing that would happen too while you're on shore leave is Henshaw would probably come up to Gino and just ask if you guys have a plan, because otherwise she's trying to figure something out.
Yeah, I'd just let her know. Yeah, I think we've got something figured out. We just got to get the coordinates switched over. Didn't go so well last time, but I think we've got a better idea to get things kind of pulled away. A little bit of a distraction. Does Henshaw doesn't work in the engineering bay, does she?
She does, because her launch is the one attached to the engineering bay.
Um.
So she's typically in her launch
So
or
and she
working
knows,
on it.
and we know she's got like her daughter at risk, so she's not going to like turn us over if we do anything. And
Mhm.
I'd probably give her a quick rundown of the plan and see if she could kind of maybe just be a lookout for Briar. Not necessarily a lookout, but like if she sees somebody coming, she can run over to Briar and be like, hey, look, your friend's down. And so, you know, if he didn't know he was down and all of a sudden somebody runs up and tells him, hey, your friend looks like he might be dying, then it'd be good reason for him to take off and run away in case things are not going right.
Yeah, yeah. She nods. I can do that. Yeah, she's you can kind of tell she's happy to be involved and pleased that it's a job that is not going to like put her at too much risk
Yeah.
or
I'll
role.
just tell
Yeah.
her our hope is we don't know how Iron Tooth's going to act once we get there, but I'm hoping we all come out of this looking like we're just part of the crew that got screwed over. Kind of the
Yeah.
best case scenario for all of us.
She kind of nods and kind of looks at you and is thinking. She's like, yeah. I mean, assuming you're somewhere safe when he opens fire. Opens fire. Opens fire. Oh my gosh. Opens fire on us.
Opens
There we
fire.
go. Opens fire. Thank you. Uh, I don't see the captain just handing over the keys to the ship. So I should just get somewhere safe. I think I'll be all right in my launch. I can worst case scenario I can launch. Unless
Yeah,
I get a
and
lucky shot on the bay.
I'll be back in the doctors and the med bay with and I should have Lexian up there too, so that just kind of leaves Briar and Jinx and figure out where to get them to.
I mean, I imagine if the ship is under attack, we can kind of all stick together because I highly doubt they're gonna tell you like, "Hey, you can't go here."
Yeah, but yeah, she
Oh,
takes the role and
I was gonna
heads
say
off.
I don't think he'd have much of a reason to head down to the engineering bay anyway. He doesn't
Okay.
have to go through the engineering bay to get to the cargo bays or anything, does he?
No, they have to go out
So
of your way to get to the engineering bay.
I think if you guys tuck away in a corner and me and Lexian are tucked away in the med bay, hopefully they just kind of take care of everything for us, and we just go on about our business once it's done.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, shore leave ends. Ship takes off, and a couple hours later, you're approaching the jump point, and Chief Engineer Paulo is like kind of running everyone through the drills and making sure everyone's kind of set up and doing their thing. And yeah, you kind of see your moment as the lights dim a little bit. The yeah, captain gives the announcement that the ship will be getting ready, preparing for jump. And you see your window.
You will just have to give me 1 minute. I'm running to the bathroom.
Okay, I'll be back to actually 1 sec.
am back. Oh, let's get ready for this skill chain. Ooh, I get to use my new dice tower for this.
I want to make one of those one of these days.
A dice tower?
Yeah.
I bought mine at Dragon Con.
There were a lot of TTRPG stuff there, and I didn't buy any.
I didn't buy any dice, but I did buy a dice tower. I'm proud of myself there.
I didn't buy either. It was great.
About Dice Tower?
Decent.
I bought a dice tower, yes.
Nice. What does it look like?
That is what I'm getting to. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
No,
No, what does it look like? Tell me now.
well, it's in the general chat.
No, it's
In
not.
about 3 seconds, once it figures out how to load. There you go.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
Yeah,
Ooh, purple. I like it.
yeah. Yeah, purple is my favorite color, so I found one that was purple, and that is amazing.
Good color.
Yes.
Good color.
Alright, so I'm ready for this. Suspended animation is an average of 8 plus awareness check, which is what I think I have 1.
And then your size skill.
And then my psi skill, yes. And it costs 3 psi. So my psi is a +1. +1, so +2 for my awareness, because my awareness is at 1. And I just have to make an 8.
I want to burn maybe a couple of your luck points on this one, because, like, if this doesn't go right, then our plan's
I
fucked.
mean, I could literally not fail this if I burn all 6 of my luck. Because that'll be
I hate
2 plus 2. It'd be what? A +2 and then +6. So that would literally be 8, and it's an 8 skill check.
I'm putting it this way: I'm burning all my luck because if I don't get these codes changed, then this whole plan is also going to be doomed.
I'll burn 4 of my luck, so that way even if I roll 2 1s, I still hit the 8.
Yeah,
All right.
so that works out.
So I'll go down. All right. So 4 luck plus my +2 from all the skills. All right. Here we go. Right into the dice tower. And that is an 11 rolled
Nice.
plus
I think
2, 13 plus 4.
All your practice
17.
paid off. You were acting it up.
I drop like a sack of potatoes.
You've convinced yourself you might actually be dead.
Yeah, it was so convincing you actually died. Yeah.
I go down to 6 psi, and then 2 luck. Okay, so I fall asleep.
There you go. Yeah, what does it look like? How do you sell this?
So I am standing between. Where am I? Where am I? I'm too far over. Hold on. Let me get to where I am actually seeing myself. There we go. So I am standing between 2 of the J drives.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody? So that person up there can see me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all they see is me start to sway slightly, and then they just see me slam just right into one of the J drives and just crumple to the floor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I think Jinx was supposed to be near me.
Let me move my person.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Jinx is like down here somewhere or whatnot. Like it just like around me.
Yeah, I'll be nearby.
Okay.
All right.
And then I see him do his thing, and I just go, "Fuck!" really loud, and I run over, and I look at him, and then I'm assuming the person that's also looking at him does something. It's like, "We need to get him to sick bay. Sick bay. I'll go get the doctor."
All right. Yeah. You so you like take off toward the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Which yeah, look that way. And Paulo, Paulo shrinks. Somebody cast yeah, reduce on him.
Oh,
I didn't
enlarge,
know that.
reduce. Yep.
Yeah. So Paulo comes up. He's like, "Oh my god!" And he's like, kind of shaking Lexian, and he hits his like little comm bead. He's like, we have a medical emergency and engineering. Um, Talos, can you do CPR?" And she's like, "I guess." And he's like, "Okay, well, I need to finish the jump. Just shit. Okay." And he tries to like first he like tries to get Lexian like splayed out because like, you see kind of said you're folded up, so he tries to get you laying flat and get you set up. While Briar's going and placing himself ready. You want to give me that check, Briar? It's gonna be a 6, target 6 for your engineering J drive plus your intellect because this is less. This is abnormal.
Yeah, I'm burning my luck. Okay, yes. A 13. I succeed.
How much luck did you burn?
I burnt all my luck. I was not failing that check.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and you were just changing the data.
Yeah.
Or the info. Okay, and then you leave it.
And
And so yeah, so yeah.
it's kind of a swift, like, just do a quick swap, and then I'm acting like I'm coming back over.
Yeah, as you're doing that, Paula has Lexian like flat, and Talos is trying to do CPR, is beginning to do CPR on him, and Paula just like kind of runs back over, gets to the console, hits a few buttons, and you can feel the whoosh as the ship goes back into jump space, and he comes back around and is like freaking out. At which point, uh, Gino, you've been notified, um, and I imagine Jinx is like halfway up there.
Oh yeah, I was like sprinting to get
I'm
there.
gonna grab or like alert this dude and be like, "Hey man, we got a physician coming down. He's a great buddy of mine. He fixed up my arm. Don't you worry. Everything's gonna be covered." And I kind of just get him talking to me.
Isn't that one Paulo?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Talus is this one up here.
goddamn.
So
The thing I just did.
To Talos instead. Yeah. Paulo, bends over it because Talos has done her 60, her two rounds of 30, so he takes over as Gino comes around the corner. Yeah.
And I'll come down and I'll kneel next to him and I'll pull out, obviously I've got my med equipment with him and I'll scan him. I feel like he's not dead, but this pulse is faint. I'm gonna need help. We got to get him to the med bay ASAP.
Yeah, I imagine that there's like there's like a little emergency, section where they got like a defibrillator and probably a little like makeshift like hammock. What do you call it? Not gurney, but
Gurney. Yeah, that's right. No?
yeah. Well, I think gurneys have wheels, right? What's the
gurneys
sling
have
for-
wheels.
Gurneys are the wheeled ones, yeah.
Would you not want to wield one?
On a ship, you probably have to carry it.
That's fair.
Oh, that's
whatever it is.
I know what you're talking
bodyboard?
about. I can't think of it.
I guess
No,
bodyboard would be it, but like there's another word for it.
there's a specific word, but I can't think of it either. I know what you're trying to say.
Anyway, one of those. And yeah, you load him up on it, and Gino.
Stretcher.
And you're the doctor. You don't carry anybody, so
Yes,
Talos
stretcher.
and
Thank you.
Stretcher. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Stretcher.
Yeah. Talos and probably Crewman O'Leary gets called over, and they carry him up to the med bay and set him on the bed.
Can I follow them?
Well, the med bay's kind of small, so they probably like if you go to follow them, and I think the chief engineer Apollo like kind of grabs your arm. He's like, "It's okay. The doc's got this. I know you're worried about your friend, but we gotta just run through some quick scans on the J drive, make sure everything's functioning correctly, and then you can go take a look at it once O'Leary and Talos get back."
I'll give a little. I'll kind of talk to him and kind of keep him in conversation. Just say like, look, I know, but like I really want to go see him. Like I want to make sure he's okay because he just dropped. And he's having a pulse and he's cold, and kind of just keep his attention for a bit.
Yeah. So you're just trying to keep rather than having him let you just go, or are you just trying to keep him talking?
Yeah. Kind of just I'm worrying and just like
Mhm.
talking to him to basically keep him from going back and like double checking things.
Okay. Yeah, he's just looking. Yeah, and you know the drill. What he's looking for is more just like making sure all of the two. Because what happens when you jump is you basically just dump a whole bunch of hydrogen into the J drive. So he's going back through making sure like all of the valves and everything are working rather than looking at the data,
Okay. I'll
which you'd be familiar with because that's your role on the ship.
yeah. I'll probably still delay him a little bit, but not as much. Like
Okay.
just
Yeah.
enough for him to have time to check that or to do that, but not enough to really do much else.
Will you give me a deception check
Sure.
with social?
Eight.
Intellect. Yeah.
8.
9. Oh, 8. Okay. Cool. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I know. He like switches into trying to comfort you, and then he's like, I know you served before, so and I know you understand. We just have to do this after like a minute or two of talking.
Yeah. And
Um,
I'm sorry. I know you got go do your checks. I'm sorry.
yeah, you check. He points out to two other like components. Like, you check those ones.
All right.
You know the
Yeah.
drill.
Yeah.
And as Gino is over Lexian, the door opens and Commander Jagad kind of like rushes in. What's going on?
I don't know yet, Commander. The pulse is faint. I mean, I can't see any signs of distress. It's just like he dropped, but he's not gone yet. Watching close on him, keeping his vitals. While I run some tests, trying to figure out, make sure this isn't viral or something. Clearly, don't want anything like that getting around the ship.
She gets.
Um,
You said that, and you can visibly nervous or visibly like concerned, not nervous, but um, he doesn't have any. I mean, he's part of your crew, right? He doesn't have any pre-existing conditions, anything like that.
no, we've never had anything like this happen before. I mean, this guy, he's kind of a tank. I mean, he can handle his lickings and keep on ticking, if you know what I mean. Um, so it does got me worried, but like I said, he's still alive. I've got him right here with the equipment. And if there's one thing I am sure about, it's my skills. So I think he'll be all right. Biggest thing is just making sure this isn't kind of any kind of virus or anything. So I want to, if it's all right, I'm going to keep this area quarantined for now, and I'll let you guys know once I finish running everything, figure out what's going on.
All right. Should we quarantine engineering as well?
Um, it might not hurt, at least as a precaution for the time being. Um, I hope to get these checks done, within a day at the most. But just it might not hurt just to keep that area quarantined as well.
Very well. Yeah. She steps out, and you can hear like her in the hallway, letting Chief Engineer Paolo know that uh, engineering is on quarantine for the time until further notice. And she catches you, Jinx, probably as you're coming up like like the elevator, and she's like,
Mhm.
I need you to go back to engineering. No
Yes,
detours.
sir. I run back down to engineering.
Yeah. Got back in, and Paolo turns around and hits the button. The little pad on the door turns red. So we're on quarantine right now until the doctor figures out what's going on. But uh, hopefully we'll know soon. So yeah. And Gino, what are you doing?
Oh, I got to make it look good, and I'm assuming that this equipment keeps records of everything. So I'm just doing the normal doctor thing, and I'm just going through the full battery, just kind of checking everything on him, trying to figure out what's going wrong,
Okay.
even though I know nothing's going wrong.
Yeah. Will you give me a medic check, or is there a? It's just medic, right? And then first
Yep,
aid.
just medic. 4, 5, 9.
Nice. Yeah.
Or
Just to make
10.
sure
Yeah,
everything looks
yeah.
legit. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. And then you wake him up.
Yeah, I'll probably give it I lost the dice. Thanks, Lolly. Yeah, I'll give it a few hours of checks. I won't wake him up right away. I think I'll leave him in stasis. But I'll run all my checks and everything, and then I'll send a message over to the commander to just say that I can't find anything viral. I'll leave it up to her decision if she wants to lift the quarantine at this point. But I don't see anything viral or bacterial I need to worry about. It might just be some strange hiccup with his physiology.
Low blood sugar.
It was just low. He just needed a vanilla wafer. Yeah, I mean, she responds back to you like, you know, you're the doctor. That's your responsibility and your call to lift the quarantine.
Well, I think we're all right. I mean, I've ran a pretty good battery of tests here, and I'm not finding anything viral or bacterial. So I think you're okay to lift the quarantine.
Okay. Yeah. Have you this isn't her, this is just me asking. Have you woken him up yet, or is he's still out?
No, I'm leaving him out. I'm thinking that I'm leaving him out for like maybe a day or so.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
just to make it not seem like he just miraculously recovers right
Came back.
afterwards.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so then she messages down to the chief engineer who lets everyone know that, you know, they're okay, but again, the doctor's still looking at him, but he seems stable. So just get back to work. What are you looking at? Back to work. Yeah, well, what's next? You guys have a week in space when you're heading to Shore Doom, and only 60 you know.
Kind of forget that whole little shuffle happens, and then it's a whole week.
There's a whole week. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, I would assume our best guess is just to keep acting like diligent little crewmates, right?
Yeah, don't raise any
I mean,
alarm.
yeah, I mean, that was my plan. Just, chill out. Chillax, as it were.
The stressful part is done, so
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only question that starts to come up is like, presumably we're going to be in an active battleground, so we should definitely find out where we want to hunker down whilst the bombardment is going on, and then like getting the hell off this ship.
Okay. Cool. Anything else you guys need to talk about? I guess where you're gonna hunker down. If that's what you're saying.
Oh yeah, that's all I
Yeah.
think there's left, because like obviously we're not popping off the ship instantly, and we're probably going to get hit with a bombardment or two before we actually get any ability to get off the ship.
And I think I'm going to leave Lexian down for 3 days, and then I'll wake him up.
Mhm.
But
Mm-hmm.
he'll stay in Med Bay under observation for the next few days.
Cool. Yeah, at one point the captain comes in and just kind of like, you know, curtly asks you, how's he doing?
Still stable. I'm really starting to think this is some sort of neurological hiccup. I just hoping he comes out of it. I've been traveling with this guy a while. He's a good guy. I hate to see something like this happen to him,
Keep me informed. He cuts you off. Keep me informed, and nods and turns around and leaves.
All right. Can
Jeez.
do.
He's like, cool, thanks. Anyway,
I guess you don't care so much once it's not a virus anymore.
What was that? And he sticks his head out. I will turn this ship around in jump space. Yeah, he just kind of just curtly comes in, cuts you off, leaves.
I mean,
Yeah.
didn't he surrender the ship to his second in command?
That was
That
just
is-
that was just during the original J drive explosion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's been in charge of the ship since then.
So Jagad is not the person in charge anymore?
No, she hasn't been.
Okay.
She was in charge of like the hiring for the repair effort, but she hasn't been in charge of the. She was like only in charge of the ship for like a few moments to get the ship to land. Yeah, during the chaos and everything. And I guess another thing that would probably have come up, especially with like Jinx and O'Leary and Ilan, was she's the one who made the call to vent the engineering bay, and a large part of the crew sort of resents her for it because they think she basically just condemned a whole bunch of the engineering crew to death, whereas like they could have tried to pull people out before they did that. And then another part of the crew kind of sees her as like that she took action and sort of saved the rest of our lives. So she's her opinion on her is kind of split. Although she's she definitely has the air of command. You can tell she's going to be assuming she doesn't die in this pirate attack. Like she'll probably be a captain of some sort of ship later on, and it will be something better than a treasure ship post.
The question is do you plan on killing her off?
Do I?
Yeah.
My plans are irrelevant. I'm not involved. I'm not a player here. And by that I mean a like factor in the outcome of this space battle.
It's the equivalent of you just staring up into space and being like, God, are you going to kill them?
Why are they dead?
Just staring at your dice like, are you gonna kill them?
I don't think you all appreciate your influence and autonomy in this situation. You've already taken one step to potentially send her to her death. Cool. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. A couple days pass by. Gina wakes Lexian up.
Yep.
While waiting in medbay, Lexian will come up with a lie of, I'm predisposed to doing this because I have low blood sugar. That'll be his lie. That'll be like, yeah, I forgot to. It hasn't come up. It hasn't really been a problem because I've always kept on top of it. But like, I guess because the couple days beforehand, I haven't really gotten a chance to get a candy bar or something.
Yeah. Didn't have any orange juice.
Yeah.
A candy bar, sure.
Yeah, orange juice. I mean, come on. I mean, I've been working all day, doing nothing all night. I mean, come on. You gotta help me. Hey, I played my part flawlessly. Come on, thank you.
It's that special ASM diabetes where every time you have a low blood sugar attack, you're unconscious for 3 days.
3 days, yeah.
The classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why our whiskey is so sweet.
Pull out a medical book and it's just scrawled on there.
ASM diabetes, out for 3 days, low blood sugar. Or cause low blood sugar.
All right. Okay. Well, anything else you need to do?
Wait for the end.
Wait for the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next couple days. I mean, imagine like you probably Lexian stays in medbay for another day or so, just like under observation. But you kind of clear him back to work, and everyone gets back to their duties. And another 4 days pass by, and the ship prepares to jump out of hyperspace. Not hyperspace. Jump space. It's a whole different galaxy far, far away.
So with the difference of hyperspace and jump space, so in hyperspace, you can jump with a fleet, and the fleet will all be in the same group. Like they'll all be in the same hyperspace window. Is that kind of the same in this, or is it everyone creates their own, and like you can't see each other?
You're making a little mini pocket universe around your ship, aren't you?
Yeah, you're creating a little bubble.
Okay.
You can coordinate jumps so that fleets will come out of jump space at the same time. with like a few minutes, typically like a few minute difference, but usually right about the same time. That's a whole system which they have been doing, but you messed it up by jumping to a different location.
Messed it up.
Yeah, but yeah, you can theoretically coordinate jumps with a fleet to come into space at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was just a random thought I had.
Yeah.
And for hyperspace, apparently you can send your ship hyperspace crash straight into another ship.
Yeah. Well, that's a 1 in a million shot.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool, though.
We don't Holto maneuver here.
No. Crazy.
Otherwise.
That would have to be a DC 15 check?
Yeah,
15?
right?
That's higher than that.
Well, I mean, 12 is the max you can roll. You'd have to have a +3 in something or burn at least 3 luck.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
15 up,
Yeah.
I guess. All right. Well, yeah, so the ship jumps out of oh my God, Henry.
The ship drops out of jump space.
There we go. That's a good terminology. The ship drops
How's
out of jump
that?
space. The ship hyper jumps out of jump space, and it isn't long before, because you guys you don't have viewports or anything where you are. It's not long before the red alert claps and starts blaring, and pretty quickly after that, you feel the heavy impact of weapons fire on the ship, and the lights begin to flash, and across the intercom comes Commander Jagad telling everyone to either get to their battle stations or their duty stations and prepare for combat. Which for all of you in engineering, you have spots that you're supposed to be. Typically, now you're going to be more concerned about the M drives and the power plants, making sure that they're all working.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. I'm an engineer.
Can do.
Yeah, and not very long after that, which concerning for all of you who've been in space combat, how quickly this ship was like overwhelmed. The over the intercom again, Commander Jagad, prepare for borders, don suits, and grab weapons. And that is like a across the board universal command for everyone to don suits. You see, there's like little lockers and things in the engineering bay for everyone to go put vac suits on.
I got a vac suit in my med bay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Probably not weapons though. You probably have to go there's probably a locker out in the hallway. I think Lexian's probably back at work by this point. So you're down in here.
All right. We got to get to our ship and de-dock this.
Not long after prepare for borders, you get the call that it is what port is left. Port is left.
I believe
Yes,
so.
I think so. That the borders are now in the upper port cargo deck. All crew to the upper port cargo deck. Korean Marines. What are you guys doing?
You say crew and Marines?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all.
Ignore me placing the Marines. You guys can't see where they are.
Are you sure?
Pew, 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 pew. And you can hear, probably somewhat through the ship, you can hear laser fire.
I was gonna say, what weapons are we given?
Probably simple handguns, and you can potentially have a cutlass or a blade if you'd like.
Ooh,
Those
I
are kind of
think
the
a blade.
typical, yeah.
So it's not gonna be like a laser pistol or anything. It's gonna be like an actual handgun.
Think so. A laser pistol, because that's going to be 0G.
Yeah, because that's also not gonna crack the hull.
Yeah.
grab a blade and say, "This will do fine to my collection."
A fine
They're
addition to
so
my collection.
uncivilized. I think
Um,
it's quite uncivilized. Yeah, laser pistol. Yeah, TL9, simple laser pistol.
Do we just want to try to get on our ship and get out, or go to them and just say like, "Hey, we're with y'all"?
Your
Oh,
your ship
our
is
ship's
almost a day away.
Yeah.
yeah, that's with the
Oh
rest of
shit!
the escort.
No, we
Well,
either have to help the pirates now, or we help the crew. I think this
Ah.
is the decision we come down to.
I mean, last second turn on the Marines and be like, "Hey, we were the inside
I,
people."
I
I
mean,
personally think we're civilians that got hired on, so we can help, but like at the back where it's safe.
we absolutely could.
Just okay.
I
Let's just
mean,
surrender as soon as the pirates get here.
we can cover the dock as he runs in and tries to help people. Like that's kind of our detail is just help Doc because I mean he's one of us. So like I could go in, pull people back. Gino works on them, gets them stable, and while like I'm running back and forth pulling people.
Yeah, that works. That way we're trying to save people and we're staying back out of the way because I would
Direct
have
hit.
definitely grabbed all the my medikit and everything and
Yeah.
headed forward. We say we were going through going to the crew deck or
He said aft side cargo deck, correct?
Mhm.
outside cargo deck.
Correct.
Aft
Left
side
side
cargo deck, yes.
F side. F side. I mean, I have a. I don't really
Aft
know.
aft is just the
Oh no,
is that
port.
the is that oh port? Sorry, okay. Shit, you said port was left, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Wait.
Port was left
Correct.
correct. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I knew what you meant. I was just being
Yes.
like,
Quick
So
question.
I would be heading to the I would head to the galley and start setting up a makeshift like med area there.
Okay, you can definitely hear like gunfire, laser fire from as you're passing by into the galley.
I'll run back and kind of be middleman, like help transport people, help set up, just to speed things along.
Okay.
And I do have a point in life support. I don't know if that might help with like some medical.
No, that's engineering.
Okay, figure.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be using my 15 strength to pull people away.
Okay.
Like that's exactly what I plan on doing. And
Gotcha.
then
Yeah, if you guys handle bringing people in and handle guarding the hallway so nobody else comes down the hallway, then we'll just treat people here and we'll act like this is an emergency med bay. That way we're being helpful, but we're not in the middle of the firefight.
Right.
Yeah, and it's still pretty chaotic. The ship is still seems to be being bombarded every now and then, so you can hear explosions, the lights. It's all the emergency lighting. Um, you get up there, and O'Leary has been like you see that he's just like got shrapnel all across half his body, laying limp on the ground. Seems like he might be a dead, and you can still hear some firing from other places.
Well, I'll obviously do a check on O'Leary
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
and
give me a medic
everything.
check.
Is help option a thing in this game? I know that's kind of
Uh,
a
I think there
question.
is like a help mechanic, but
It's
in
not
this
very.
case, yeah. In this case, I don't know how much you'd help him with. Yeah,
I got a 9.
Okay.
9. Yeah, he's dead.
poor O'Leary.
Who can first?
No.
We'll pour one out for him.
Yeah.
Pour an entire keg of alcoholic hot chocolate.
You were really interested in those dice, Lolly.
She's a gamer cat.
I guess so. She's pushing them around right now.
Why don't you
Slowly
let her
pushing
roll
it
the
towards.
dice next time?
But yeah. You, Commander Jagad, quick as the fighting is going on, she rushes in and like takes it, assesses the situation that you have going on here, this like little, emergency station, and she is like, good thinking, Doc. Keep guns trained on the door, though. I don't think things are going well.
Will do.
And
Anybody who's wounded, get them back here if you can, ASAP.
are Jinx and Lexian? Are you guys still down in the engineering bay, or where are you? Let's see, maybe.
I mean, I'm assuming she's going where action is.
You gonna jump in the fight?
Oh shit. Well, where I will follow everybody else because I keep
Where-
forgetting that that's
Yeah.
a thing.
I mean,
Where-
I will follow with the rest of the crew wherever they went.
yeah. Lexian's going to
Where-
go to the fighting, but he's not going to be in the fighting. He's going to just be trying to drag people that are wounded out and
Okay.
to the makeshift med bay.
If
Which,
Jinx and
yeah.
Briar just want to handle making sure that the door's well guarded, and
Yep.
we can go that route.
I
Hey.
got my cutlass and I'm guarding the door.
Hey, Briar.
Yeah.
Which arm of yours is the mechanical one?
I believe my left arm.
Hey, same here. You have 15 strength?
Let me see if it's 17 or 15.
I think it was 15. I don't think
I
he
was
went
gonna
for
say,
the.
I think max is 15, because mine is 15.
Let's assume 15.
Okay. So what we can do is we can kind of tag team. I will pull them back to a safe distance, and then I'll kind of hand them off to you, and you can pull them the rest of the way into the into the makeshift med bay. And
Honestly, I was
Jinx
kinda...
can kind of like hold the corners and make sure everything's going okay.
Is Jinx not like incredibly strong? Am I crazy?
I mean, I'm not ridiculously strong, but
Ish.
my no, my strength is a 6, so no, I'm not. I'm
I was
dexterous
gonna
and
say,
I
I
have
think
endurance.
you and I have the highest strength, and that I'm at 15 with my left arm, 10 total. You're at 15 with your left arm at what, 8 total?
uh, my normal strength is 2.
Oh
So
shit. Well,
my
okay, just don't
that's
use your
why
right arm. Just don't use your
that's
right arm. Just pull with your
yeah.
left.
That's why I say like technically yeah, but not really.
Okay, so just pull with your left arm, and we'll kind of set up like a tag team where like I'll pull them back to a safe distance, and then like you and Jinx will run up, and she'll cover you while you pull them the rest of the way back into the thing.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
I can definitely take more than like one hit in battle.
yeah, I I'm here. I
Okay,
exist.
so that'll at least be the way that we're doing this, or the way that we're kind of trying to help out while not actually helping out.
Yeah. Yeah, as you two stick your head in the cargo bay, you can see that there is a whole lot of fire. There's because the pirates aren't concerned about using lasers or guns because they have already breached a massive hole in the side of this ship, and so there are bullets flying, there are lasers flying all over the place. You can see quite a few of the Marines are dead. Laurel is down on the ground, and Commander Jagad has kind of pulled her around a larger cargo container, and she looks back as you guys come in. She's like, "Get her out of here! Get her out of here!" She turns and pew, pew, takes a few shots around the corner. You kind of take another glance and you can see that the pirates they have these like long cables with these huge magnets on them, and they're just attaching them to cargo containers, and then the containers are just being pulled out of the bay into space. I guess the ship has sort of lost gravity in this space. I don't know. Let's say it still functions until you kind of get out of it. Artificial gravity, it's not hard sci-fi. And so these containers being pulled out of the ship and then just kind of floating in space as they're being winched into whatever mass of metal you can kind of see through one of the burning ports. But the atmosphere is gone, so I guess no fire.
Space
And
fire.
space fire. Yeah, space fire. It's green. Green flame.
So it's got copper in
And
it.
yeah. The Marine Commander Hark, who you guys have not really interacted much with, is around the corner taking a bunch of shots, and you just see a familiar hulking furry mass with a greatsword come around and just with one heavy swoop just decapitate the commander, even though he's in this like power armor.
Shit.
Well,
And he takes
Holy
the guy's
shit.
Iron
armored
tooth.
head, armored hull or skull, and holds it up and looks at Commander Jagad and just roars. And again, no atmosphere, so there's no sound, but he's just broadcasting it from his suit, so you can kind of just feel the metal of the walls around you shaking. And she like takes a shot, it bounces off his armor, and she falls back. Um, and as she closes the door behind her over here, and you guys have pulled Laurel back, she gives the command to vacate the cargo bay. They've lost the battle. Just let them take. She's like, just let them take the cargo. Whatever they take, and we'll try to get out of here with our lives. There's no use having any more losses. And pretty quickly, it just seems like the pirates are happy to do that. They sort of just start taking cargo, and the fighting seems to cease. But there's a quite a bit of damage done. O'Leary's dead. Laurel is in really bad shape. Do you want to give me a medic check?
Yeah. Ten.
And nice. You managed to stabilize her, but she was like got shot and was losing atmosphere through her suit. So she's kind of got this combination of hypoxia and internal bleeding. But you get her stable, you patch the suit over, and she's stable there. Taos took a shot to the leg. Paulo got some shrapnel from one of the like explosions on the bulkhead, and his arm just looks like pretty shredded. Um, but they're just putting some, I don't know, crazy foam on it to keep him from bleeding out. Uh, and 45 minutes later, uh, you can kind of you stop hearing the scraping of metal on metal, and it seems like the pirates have kind of cleared out of the cargo bay.
As soon as it starts getting quiet, is the commander back there with us?
Yeah, she is. She's like looking over everything, going up to people, like checking on them, talking to people.
I'll run up to her. Commander, Laharl stabilized. She's still in bad shape. We got permission to move to the med bay. I think it may need surgery.
She nods. Yeah.
And I'll have Jinx and Briar, or Jinx, Lexi, and two of them help me grab her and move her to the med bay.
Cool. Yeah, take her up to the med bay.
Sure. Yeah.
And then as they're heading that way, I'll run over to the commander and say, I'm heading up there with her. You guys assess if there's anything else in serious need. Give me a call or just send people that way. If need be, you can send them up in the room you guys set aside for me. We can use that as a makeshift extra med bay. It's close. It's right next door, so I got all the equipment there.
Yeah, she nods and goes with you. Will do.
And then I'll
she gets back to work.
and then I'll take off back to the med bay. On Laharo.
I'm probably gonna run around and try to restabilize the life supports.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You want to give me engineering, life support, education?
Oh, yeah. 1 second. I'm just getting my character over there.
Mhm.
Where's life support located at on a ship? The engineering deck?
Yeah, somewhere in the engineering deck.
All right.
I mean, I imagine probably also all over, but yeah, I think the main life support stations are
the main controls. That'll be an 8.
Cool. Yeah, you start working on it. It's gonna take you a couple hours to like even get the whole cargo bay has been depressurized at this point.
Right.
and they have like some emergency seals that they're going to put over the cargo bay, but for the most part they're just going to keep those doors closed and pressurize it, keep everything else pressurized, which they can do.
Mhm.
You get most of the things kind of up and running, but it's going to take you a couple hours of tough work.
Is it mainly me setting things up and letting them repressurize, or is it like I'm actively working there for a couple hours?
Yeah, I think you're just actively working on various systems. Like
Okay.
it's going to be impossible to get the cargo bay overall like repressurized because there's a huge hole in the ship.
Yeah.
But you're just kind of going through and making sure there are no other leaks from areas that will be inhabited,
Gotcha.
and kind of checking things off and clearing things and making sure everything's safe for people. Um, Paulo comes in, his arm again is jacked up, but he's like, working over, he's like looking over your shoulder, talking with you, using his left hand and typing into a pad. And every now and then you can see some drops of blood coming from his arm, but he's doing his thing. And some of the other guys, Ilan comes in and is doing some work. People are doing kind of damage control all over the ship right now. Um, yeah. As the smoke settles even more, Marine Lenand was found. The commander kind of went back into the cargo bay and saw him unconscious but alive. So Chick has brought him probably to the medical bay because he seems like he's not super injured, just pretty heavily concussed. But Hark has no head and his head is missing. It seems like the Hrol, Iron Tooth, took his head as a trophy. Garce and Welly are both dead. The other two Marines, as well as Salvezdez, and we will come to that later. But Salvezdez is also dead. Let's see who else died. Assistant Astrogator Van Laffett perished, as well as we already talked about crewman O'Leary. Ilan is alive, but frustrated and disappointed at the death of his friends.
Naturally.
Yeah, and that is largely it. It seems like once they wiped out the Marine squad, Commander Jagad sort of knew she was done for. And just let the pirates take what they can. The vault is still intact. The ship still has its most valuable cargo.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's going to be, let's see, so at this point you're probably like 4 or 5 hours out of the attack, and just knowing on, or kind of you get the call from, or the information from Chief Engineer Paulo that the escort ships are still another, I don't know, 12 to 15 hours out. Your ship has one thrust higher, so it's going to get there an extra like 2 hours earlier before the escort ships do, because
So
the
10
Cutlass
to
is just
10 to 13 hours out.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. But yeah, anything else you guys need to do, or just kind of continue on going with the aftermath?
Yeah, Gino's in full doctor mode at this point. He's, regardless of whatever plans we had, he's just in the trying to save people's lives mode.
Okay, yeah. Will you give me another medic check, education on Laurel?
12.
Cool. Yeah, you get her. She's already kind of stabilized, but you get her like out of the woods. If she does need some like some minor procedure, not minor procedure. She does need surgery because the slug is like still in her gut. You have to kind of get in there, take it out without her bleeding out. She's already has been kind of deprived of oxygen for a while, so she's just not doing great. But you get her mostly out of the woods. It's just a matter of her recovering.
Um, I'll send a message. I'll shoot a message out to the commander and ask if they have any low berths here on this ship,
Mhm.
or
Yeah, she replies. They do. They've got two that they kind of use as a brig potentially if as needed. They are
um,
here, but yes, they do.
Lexian is going to go into like full security detail mode. He's not going to let
Mhm.
Jagad out of his sight, and he's going to go with
Okay.
her like everywhere that she goes, and like just kind of like if there are any malingering pirates, he's going to be like there to take care of them. Which
Okay.
I don't think there are going to be, but if anything happens, he's there to help.
Yeah. So you go with her. She's like going around checking on the rest of the damage, like directing people. She goes to head back up to the bridge, and she kind of gives you a look like you can't. You're still not sorry. You're still not allowed in the bridge.
All right. He'll head back to the towards the makeshift med bay and the actual med bay then.
Yeah. What's Jinx doing?
I'm probably gonna do the same thing as Lexian, or at least like patrol, start doing in the area
Mm-hmm.
get to, so I can rough up some people if
Okay.
need be, of course.
There's nobody left on the ship. You guys kind of you and Lexi find out.
Well, we're still on guard anyway, because that's what.
Yeah. Again, over the course of the last hours, as news kind of rumor and news begins to filter through more. Uh, Additionally, the co-pilot and the other launch pilot, not Henshaw, but the secondary launch pilot. I guess she's the secondary launch pilot, the lead launch pilot. Both died. He was in his launch as like a bombardment tore through that bay, tore through his launch, killed him. The one of the gunners is dead, and yeah. And then the cargo chief Niven is dead. Was in the cargo bay when it depressurized, and he was sucked out of space.
Ooh, that's a rough way to go.
Yeah.
I hope Henshaw is okay. AKA, I hope they didn't see more of their friends jettisoned out of the
Yeah.
ship while they were just chilling there. Ugh.
All right. Just kind of you guys just kind of continuing to work while you're waiting for the escort to come back. I
Working on
think the
trying
other
to get
thing.
as much repaired as possible since I'm not
Yeah.
allowed on the bridge.
Will you give me
Do you want
let's call
Scrapper?
it like a group. Scrapper. Yeah. Yeah. What? Nah. I don't know.
Scrapper, or do you want mechanic? Is that something that
Yeah.
I
Do you have
have?
mechanics?
Let me double check. Profession Scrapper, navigation, mechanic at 0.
Okay. Yeah. Will you give me a mechanic intellect check, and Briar, will you give me another
So I have a +1.
engineering check? But would you do you have a M drive at all? Or I think you probably so.
I have 0 in M drive. Man.
Okay, yeah, will you give me an intellect or education M drive engineering?
Oh,
And
That
how's a
Jinx
3?
mine is a
3.
7 + 1, so I got an 8.
Okay, cool. Jinx, you have electronics, don't you?
I believe yes. I have
Yeah.
electronics 0.
Will you give me intellect electronics check?
Of course. That's a 5.
Okay. Yeah, so you're like elbows deep in various consoles and panels on the walls trying to like reconnect wires that were destroyed or disconnected, but it's not. It's just there's so much there to do. It's not making a whole lot of. You're not making a dent yet. Lexi, and you are managing to like dislodge things that are preventing actual components from working on each other. And then Briar, you're going to take a look at the M drive, and it's just like half of the bay, the drives are out, and you're just trying to get them up and running, but it's not working. It's going to take quite a while to get this ship to even like fly straight.
Mm. That could be a slight problem.
Anything you guys want to do between now and when the cuttlefish gets on the scene?
I want to know if Iron Tooth sends us anything, or if
Probably
he would
won't.
even think to like send the message.
Probably won't know until we get our ship.
I was gonna say
That's true.
if he would send anything, he'd probably send it to our ship,
You
because
know.
that's the only thing he knows
Yeah.
that's like not
Um,
compromised.
I mean, unless Henshaw gets a message.
Nope.
But yeah, no, nothing then.
Where is Henshaw?
I will.
In her lunch.
Okay.
I
I
will though. If O'Leary I forget the other guy's name. If
Dylan.
yeah, so if he wants to do like a memorial for O'Leary bar or any kind of memorial for O'Leary, I will be there.
Yeah, I mean it's all so fresh and recent that one, there's still the adrenaline of like trying to get the ship livable, and that it hasn't even sunk in. So
Hey, you never
he's
know.
not
He
thinking
might
about
want celebratory drinks. That is.
it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's what he's thinking about 5 hours after his friend just died.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah,
Things
yeah.
change.
I do have a question.
Go for it.
Are the imp drives like so damaged that they're not even worth bothering to repair? Because even if they're repaired, they wouldn't do anything.
That's a good question. Will you give
Is it-
me a education M drive check? Yeah.
Because if half of them are gone, I mean, I
Mhm.
don't see that thing even flying. A 10.
10. Yeah, you look at it and you kind of you failed the check before, so you did kind of futz around with it, and now you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, it's gonna have to be towed to Xe, and then basically just docked again to work on.
Okay, I've
It
done
should be a
everything.
smaller job than the J drives, but it's still gonna take like maybe a week.
Oh wow.
Although there's
Okay,
probably I think there's a shipyard on Xe, so it might not take that long. It might take a couple days.
but regardless,
I think
it's
B
best.
has to be starport.
It's best just to have everyone evac on those ships and come back to the ship. Like there's not even worth bothering.
Most likely they'll tow the two gazelles, the escort ships will tow the treasure ship to the starport for it to be worked on, or to the star yards to be worked on.
Okay, and all the life support been officially like done for what I can do? Is there more to
Yeah,
do?
it's
Okay.
safe enough to like move about all the pressurized areas without a suit on. And the commander, you give that report to Paulo, who gives it to Commander Jagad, who lets that sends that notification to the ship.
Okay. Then I guess I'd just go through and like make sure that all the lights that can work are working. Like any like for an example, like water's flowing in the medical bay, things like that. Just basic utilities that would be helpful to navigate around.
Mhm. Okay, cool.
Doors opening, things like that.
Yeah. You could do that. There's like you're running through checking things off. You have like you've made the checklist for yourself, and nothing seems broken that you couldn't fix quickly. Like everything else is going to take a lot of work. Gino, you get a call from Jagad that a message is being sent through from your ship. I guess it would be to Jinx. Sorry, Jinx is the captain. Or it is to Gino.
Did Jinx die?
Oh, sorry. What
Did we miss
You're
that part
getting
of the fight?
was I called upon?
Yeah, the Kirsch is calling you from the cuttlefish.
Oh.
Commander Jagad's passing a message through.
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't know how this works on a ship that's not my ship.
Yeah, you go to a console and there's a little like phone button. There's a little Professor Oak Pokemon phone button.
Oh, love it. I
You
poke
see.
that button, which
Yeah,
sounds weird, but you know what I mean.
Kirsch comes up on the screen. What's going on, Cotton?
I mean, shit's hit the fan, buddy. But you know, I guess it could be worse.
Is everybody okay?
Yes.
I mean, of our crew, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's fine. This ship is gone to shit, but no, our people are good.
Yeah, well, this was thoroughly unexpected. I'm personally flabbergasted and shocked.
As am I. As am I.
Yeah. Well, are you staying aboard? Do you? Are you all be? We all be? I could dock, and you could come aboard, and we could leave.
I is the rest of the crew with me? Because I probably would have dragged me.
No, they all have things to do.
Damn it. We might at least come by for a visit. If that's okay with you, acting Captain Kirsch.
He shrugs. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And he cuts off the communications.
Okay, well that was nice. As long as they don't destroy the ship, everything will be fine.
Yeah.
But I will. I'll let the crew know whenever I see them again that hey, this is happening.
Yeah, I'd like to stay with them till I know everybody's treated and stabilized. But
Hence why I said a visit. We should at least touch base.
I think once we get back to the planet, to the shipyard, we should start looking about making our departure. We didn't sign up for anything quite like this, and maybe
No.
we'll cut our trip short with them.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a text message through like 10 minutes later or so from Kirsch that the one of the docking rings has been basically destroyed, so the ship can't your ship can't manage to dock. So he'll meet you back at the start. He'll meet you at the XE Star Yards. First, high port.
Sounds good.
A couple hours later, the two gazelles show up, and they begin the process of like somehow. I mean, I don't know. There's a giant space bungee cord to connect to the ships, but they have some sort of mechanism to allow those ships to tug for this big.
As long as the
beam.
bungee cord doesn't snap. I saw that happen
Yeah.
when I was text. Someone had like bungee corded their car to the other car, and they were turning, and the thing just broke.
Yeah.
So the tow car was stuck in an intersection. I was like, oh.
God.
So as long as it doesn't do that.
You know,
No,
talking about
no.
scary. I've had a chain snap above my head.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your head off.
Yeah, yeah. That was a giant tarp, and they bungeed and chained it to a tree. And obviously, wind is a thing. And straight snapped that chain, and it whipped around.
No, man. Yeah. Luckily, no bungees or chains break, and the it takes probably a day and a half to get the ship towed into the starport or the high port, but you get there and the ship, they do a makeshift kind of airlock or little boarding ramp by the hole in the ship, so you have to suit up, exit, go through, and then take your suit off to get out of the ship. But they managed to get everyone unloaded. There are definitely medical facilities on the starport that they transfer Laurel to and all the injured crew.
Well, what do we do now, guys?
Well, we're at the starport now, right? Or the place that we're. Kirsch gave us where he's gonna be, so we could always just meet up with
in the
him.
same port.
Yeah.
Should we talk to the commander and see about cutting our post short here?
I mean, we could ask. I don't know if she would agree.
I mean, we're not enlisted. She can
Yeah.
only disagree so much.
That's true. I mean, are we alone?
We can certainly
Yeah,
go
you guys
somewhere
find a
and be
little. You guys
alone.
find a little corner on the starport or the high port to talk.
You don't want to try to get into the vault.
As interested as what as I am in what's in there, and the fact that there's still something hooked up to that clearly had nothing to do with Iron Tooth, and I'm very curious about that. I'm wondering if maybe I don't know. I'm this is your call, Captain, but maybe getting out while the getting's good. I'm already. I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm not happy with how this turned out. I didn't expect to see all those people die. Like,
Yeah.
I was hoping to do
Yeah.
this. I was hoping this would be done cleaner than this.
Although I do want to ask,
Mm-hmm.
have they, because presumably, this was alerted, people are like, oh shit, this is like a major treasure ship that's been raided. Are there like a shit ton of guards that have been stationed around this now? Or is it still in that
No,
lingering?
there's still some. There's like some station security, and then I would imagine that there are Marines on the 2 escort ships that have come out. But you're not in Imperial space, so the XC, like space, or even the planetary defense force has no real obligation to come and help. They send them
Okay.
out because they are still on like a trade route, so they need positive relations. But there's beyond like some starport security and then Marines from the other vessels. No, there's
Okay, so
definitely enough of a presence to guard the ship, but
essentially
yeah.
just mall cops and like 2 cop cars showed up.
Um, no, more than that, but like, uh, it's not. It's not like all hands on deck. It's not like the whole planet and the whole high port came out in defense of the
Okay,
ship. Yeah,
gotcha.
they're soldiers. They are still security soldiers that are there, and then there are a bunch of Marines, like a squad or 2 of Marines.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What do you say, Captain?
I mean, with me, I really want to know what's in the vault. Going to drive me crazy. And
But do we have the inkling of a plan for getting into that vault?
no, and that's the problem.
And I mean, we've already been what? We've been at this almost a month now.
What do we know about the vault right now? It is what DNA and astrogation locked, so it
Yep.
can only be opened by the right person at the right time.
Yep.
But there is a siphon coming off of it that goes to the astrogation computer. Maybe that will get around the astrogation lock. But
Yeah, but we don't know the person.
what's the DNA lock? Like,
That would, yeah, that
I
would be the problem. We would have to figure out some way to bypass
is it
that
going
because
to
I think you're
be
right.
the commander or the captain of the ship?
It'd most likely be the
Or
captain. You guys would know that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be like the captain of the ship. So the captain is the only one who can open it
I
at a
do
certain
want
location. What would
I
be the requirements for it to open? Like is it meeting with a high level Aslan high rate
I,
person?
I'm
Is it
assuming that
yeah,
once it reaches its destination coordinates, then the captain's able to use his DNA to open up the door. Would be my assumption. I'm guessing the tap to the astrogation computer is to hopefully trick it, but
into
then we'd have to know what those coordinates were, and then even then we'd still have to get a hold of the captain's DNA.
can or I want to also semi point out and semi ask, have we even checked the vault since the attack? Because it's
no.
very possible there might have been some damage to it.
Oh my god, that's
Cuz
brilliant.
No, I mentioned that the vault was untouched. Yeah. They
Damn
weren't.
it.
They weren't able to crack the vault. They didn't even try.
How much did they take? Because the cargo hold was what 660 tons.
Hmm.
Do we have like an about estimate of how much was taken?
You don't know.
By now, it's too late to even haul anything out, though.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because we do have an astrogator, and I know at least one of the astrogators died, or did
Mhm.
both of them
That's
die?
Yeah.
true.
No one did. Ben
Okay,
Moffat did.
so Gino could technically pull double duty and do astrogation, which would give him access to that console,
Right.
and he is the medic, which would technically give him access to the commander's DNA or the captain's DNA. So
Is
if
the
he could if we could figure out how the astrogation tap works and set it up so that hey, this is technically the correct location, and then like he calls in like some sort of like just mandatory check after the battle because that's where we're at right now. We're just like double check everybody's okay, make sure everybody's like mental screening or whatnot, some military bullshit that you can come up with to
um
maybe get his DNA.
yeah.
We could probably do that while we're docked at the high port, make off with a little bit of it, and get out.
I mean, we're gonna have to move quick if that's the case. This thing's only gonna be here a couple of days, I think.
Yeah. Uh,
And I don't know. We'd have to figure out a way to get me to the astrogator's computer when they still have another astrogator and they're just sitting in a port.
Yeah, true. Darn.
I'm almost. Somebody had to put that line there. And it obviously was not anybody that had anything to do with Iron Tooth,
Yeah.
or that vault would have been opened. They wouldn't have done that smash and grab like that. So that
hey,
means somebody else is working the job on this, and I think they're even more inside.
hey, Henry.
Go for it.
If I try to use my Priz goggles and look at the vault, am I able to see anything, or is it
Can't
just
see through
black?
it. No, it's black. Yeah.
Figured so.
That's how we found with those goggles were how we found that the lines to it though from the
Yeah, that was
astrogator's
great.
computer.
I was thinking like, is this thing powered and then it has a backup power? Because if we can cut the backup power, then as far as I'm aware, there's nothing actually physically powering it to stay
That's probably a
going.
mechanical lock. If you cut power, there's probably no way to open it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's kind of a flip side of like I don't know if cutting the power will keep it locked forever or if it'll disable the systems to allow us to get to access to the door type of deal.
A black box like that, I'm going to bank on it stays locked if there's no power.
Although the other question is if we can shut down the power, can we reboot the system and use our DNA as a replacement?
Oh, we're going to all kinds of levels of hacking, and I'm no hacker. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
One of you guys have hacking skills I don't know about, please let me know.
I have a 1 in electronics computers.
Is there a specific hacking?
You hacked into the DMV once.
It, the hacking will be based on what you're doing. Like, I mean, computers would be a good one to have for hacking.
Like I
Yeah.
said, I have a 1 in that.
But I'm pretty sure hacking a military grade computer to change DNA codes would be an incredibly high level check.
Yeah. I don't feasibly see us within the days we have getting that DNA, restructuring the astrogation check, or going to that location because that's a that's a multi possibly month week plan. That's not a couple day plan. That's how I'm looking at it at least.
So We got one more move we could try and pull before we head out. And that's if I could get the captain, because we know the captain's DNA is what opens the door. If this is an inside job, person who's already got half the credentials to open the door doesn't, if I remember right, doesn't like doing this job all that much anyway because he feels like they stuck him in a nowhere post. Maybe he's the one that's handling that part of it.
It would make sense.
Maybe
for
if
one
we
of
let him know that we discovered that,
Yeah.
maybe we see how he reacts.
The risk factor is him reporting us.
As in what?
Because the idea is to alert that person we overheard, like, hey, kind of hint in that possibility. Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
Possibility.
I mean, we can tell him. I mean, you were using your goggles. You saw that line. We can tell him that and tell him that we find it odd that something like that was hooked up but wasn't used during the attack, and wondering if there might be a secondary attack imminent on the ship. If he acts weird, then maybe he's in on it, and maybe we work with him. If he just acts like it's something he needs to take care of right away, well, then we're just heroes.
You're
Okay.
saying the captain or the guy you overheard talking earlier?
The captain, because he's the one who
Okay.
he's the one that would have the DNA to get in, correct? So if he has the DNA to get in, then all he would need would be a way to fake the location, and that would open the door. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I think the only thing I don't think you have. I don't think you've heard anything about the captain not liking his job, though. It was just that he's not good at his job.
okay, oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah,
The post itself is like prestigious, but ultimately hollow is sort of the the term for it. So if he's a bad captain, it's a good gig for a bad captain to have in theory, because normally this stuff isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, and I'm thinking too, if we do know of that, that's a great secret, possibly possible way of getting in. And if we expose that and he just like locks it down and takes it away from us, then we've taken a step backwards.
so what are you thinking? We stay on this ship and keep going wherever they're going?
Well, the question is, do we care enough about what's possibly in that vault?
That's the thing. We don't have any idea what's in that vault. It could ultimately be something that's honestly worthless to us. I mean, it's something for the high right. Maybe it's a gallon of milk. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think it's as worth it, because if we really want to try to get into this vault, we need to completely dedicate to this ship for possibly months before we can even make a move, because
Yeah,
we
see,
don't
that's, I'm
know.
thinking. I'm thinking we just cut our losses, move on, see what we can get out of Iron Tooth for the assist,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and
what's
then
our payout for this too?
that's something we're gonna have to find out. Personally, once we figure out whatever that is, I'd rather not work with him anymore because I don't
Yeah,
like that. I don't like
Yeah,
his
no, no,
tactics all
no.
that much.
No, no.
I
No,
just
no
I
more, no more attacking treasure ships off of some random person's vague intel. We need to figure out how to do piracy on our own so we can do it on our own terms.
I don't like the fact he's like, yeah, go do that, and then no checkup on making sure that we make it out. It's just like, oh, y'all died, boo hoo.
And no skin off his back.
Yeah,
So, are we all in agreement? They get ready to pitch off. We stay here.
yeah. I mean, it's up to the captain, but I don't think the treasure is really that worth it. Mainly because we don't even know what's in there.
I guess two two quick things. You guys would know that. I mean, on a treasure ship, whatever's going to be in the vault that well secured is going to be pretty valuable. It's just a question of whether or not if it's like it could be documents. It could be documents from the Imperium to the High Rate, which may not have any like intrinsic value right away, or not, or may not have any like
Financial
obligatory
value.
value right at the top, but could be ransomed to one party or the other for a considerable sum of money. It could be gems and crazy things. It could be it could be a whole lot. It could be like super advanced technology, pieces of technology. You just don't know. You just don't know, and you don't know how much trouble it's going to be to fence that stuff. And the other thing is you have the rumor from O'Leary and Ellen about the crew vault in the conference room that has potentially a couple million credits in it.
Yeah.
That was the only other thing.
Oh.
I mean, we could in the day of repairs that's left. Somebody could slip by and try to crack that thing open. If we get it, great. If not, then
Cut our
let's see
losses
what we
and
get
see
out of
what we
Iron
get.
Tooth. But if we get it, that's a couple million credits to walk away with, possibly.
Yeah. I guess the ways to look at it are we have either A, we split, or yeah, A, we split, B, we stay for repairs and see what we can siphon out, and C, we stick it out for the long haul and see what we can milk out, and we get a paycheck because we work on the ship.
I vote B.
B.
What was B?
Well, yeah. What was B?
B is
Stay
we stick.
stay for the rest of the repairs and then say we're not going with them.
Yeah, and siphon what we can, basically.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Okay. And how long is repairs going to be, Henry?
Probably 3 days, 4 days.
3 days?
4 days.
Okay.
If we want, I can pull the same move that let us know about the vault for the crew room and the vault in there.
I'll use the goggles.
Use the goggles, use inspiration, and get that +2, and see if I can find something. And I can burn the last 2 of my luck.
For reference, are you guys on the ship? Yeah, you are. The conference room is here, right across from the med bay. And the Rawls. She's in space.
Sorry, could you ping it again?
Yeah.
Oh,
You want to grab ping?
Yeah, ping focus. There you go.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I didn't realize it was right there.
That's the
I
personal
mean,
vault.
I could, while I'm hanging out at the med bay, I can always pop over there and take a look around.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
not going to be a military. There's not going to be a marine detail because most of them are dead.
Yeah, I was gonna
And if
say.
they're
No,
if
and I feel like after this, they pretty well trust us. I think.
I mean, we did
Yeah.
try and save as many people as we could. So I mean,
Do
I
we
think they
wanna
might be a little bit more lax. Although I'm just don't allowed on the bridge.
do we want to try to siphon creds from all the dead people? So like when it's gone, it's like, oh well, I mean they're dead anyway.
Well, what would be the
Damn,
process of doing
Briar.
that? What would be the process of doing that, there, Henry? Taking
That's a good
credits from
question.
dead people. How do you do that in this game?
I don't think you
Briar,
can loot their bodies at this point.
Briar
I
wants
don't
to
know.
pull the curtains down around their bed.
No.
Or,
Okay,
yeah.
wait. Let me
Ignore
just let me
orders.
make sure. Let me make sure I'm in line with what's going on. So in here, there are people's personal vaults. Is that right?
No, this is the ship's. The ship's. What's the actual word for it? Give me one sec. I just had. Sorry, I just had it. Conference room. The ship's safe. As opposed to the ship's safe. I don't know. Is like discretionary spending for a ship for the ship.
Oh,
Like if they
okay,
needed,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because they are going through both unincorporated space and the high rate, the ship needs access to like a large amount of funds to pay for potential repairs and things like that.
Okay.
If they aren't able to send the bill back to like the Imperium.
I mean, well, they probably have a list of how much is in there.
Like I said, I can always try and they look at it. I can even try and pop the lock, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it in the perspective of like, is this something that if like seemingly if pirates were to get into this, would it all be gone, or would it be reasonable to think a certain chunks of it would be gone and maybe some others wouldn't?
They'd probably like wipe this little safe out. Yeah.
Because we could try to yoink it before anyone realizes. What do you think, Jaina?
Can't hurt to look at it, see what kind of safe we're looking at, how complicated it is.
And
Yeah.
how safe it is.
My God. Yeah, I'll probably slip you the Priz goggles then, since you're gonna be right there. Let you do your thing.
That sounds good.
I'll slip you my laser ring too, just in case, like, you actually, in the spur of the moment, get a chance.
What does the laser ring do?
The laser ring is essentially a little ring that allows you to make engineering cuts. So, like, wires, small sheets of like metal, like little, little contraptions. Nothing like
Gotcha.
large scale. If you know what you're looking for, it's great.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Gina gonna go sneak up and take a look at the safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give that a shot.
Yeah. Nobody's well, actually, do you will you give me a stealth check? Dexterity?
Dexterity.
Yeah, you could do dexterity. You could also do intellect just by like timing it right and
So just
paying
raw
attention.
in then.
Yeah, that's fine. Or dexterity, whichever's higher for you.
10.
Then okay, cool. Yeah, go to walk into the med bay, do a little 180, and step into the conference room.
And I'll pop on the Priz goggles then. I'm assuming if
Okay.
there's a safe, it'll show up pretty quick with those things on.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, you find it built into like the deck.
And how's it look? Does it look like a heavy duty safe, or is it just something? I mean, it's in the conference room on the middle of a military ship. I don't know how guarded this thing is, how defensible it is of a safe.
Yeah, I mean it's like here's me with all my safe knowledge. I mean it's not like a hotel safe, but it's like a top of the line safe, but that a civilian could buy. It's a pretty nice safe, but nothing
Is it
that's like gonna.
numerical?
It's got a little keypad. Yeah.
Um, what other functions do these Priz goggles have? What else can they look at?
They allow you, as far as I'm aware, the Priz goggles allow you to look through material and let you see internal wiring. That's really their job.
Do they not have an IR function too? Then I thought they might have multiple functions.
Um, I don't remember. I know they have the. You know what? I'm curious about
Yeah.
what mode of vision it works off of. I always viewed it as like um, the kind of X-ray that you see in sci-fi, where it works for like electricity, and so it sees like it more or less sees energy flowing through, and that's kind of its purpose. Oh, X-ray. Yeah, it probably just uses like an X-ray, some kind.
I was just wondering if it'd have anything that might help me notice if there's like fingerprints or anything like that, smudges or anything like that on particular keys.
Could you
Gotcha.
use your medical knowledge to be able to find something that could like stick to it? And I guess it's more street. Is that streetwise? How would that be?
No, I mean I could probably find something in the med bay, some sort of chemical that I could whop on the keys that would make certain.
Like a powder or something to extract the oils off of a number. Because I imagine, only the correct codes are going to be the one that are coded into the oils from people's fingers.
Yes. So you're thinking about trying to do some sort of fingerprinting?
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
going up to the med bay and mixing up some little something I can kind of either spread on the keys or dust onto the keys that might make the. I don't need to be able to see what. I don't need to see the fingerprints in high granularity. I just need to see which buttons
Which
are being
buttons? Yeah.
pressed.
Yeah. What would be the skill to do that? Science, chemistry.
I have a 1 in biology, so I'm assuming I have a 0 in other sciences. Then, right?
Yeah. You got a basic understanding of science. Yeah.
Okay. And since I'm doing something out of the ordinary, intellect work.
Yeah. Oh,
Bongo. It's
also.
hard to.
Oh, go ahead. No, you're good.
No, I was talking to Bongo. He's
Oh,
standing
okay.
over where my dice are supposed to be.
I was just looking for Lexian. There is a profession called Belter in the book. That's probably what you are.
Oh,
Belter lover.
okay. Belter. Is that in one of the books that I have access to?
I think it's in the core rulebook. It's just giving us an example.
Okay.
I got a 9 on my chemistry.
9. Okay. Yeah. You can find the what 5 numbers used for this code. Don't know if it's a 5-digit code, but you know what 5 numbers are used.
Okay.
It didn't get that through.
I'll give you a boon for if you're gonna when you try to crack it for that. Yeah. Going to be
Yeah, I think we'll
computers,
give it a shot
electronics.
because it's not like it's going to start alarming the moment
Yeah.
that happens. And I think
Computers, electronics,
what's that?
intellect. Computers, electronics, intellect.
Okay, and I'm going to burn a couple luck just to help out.
And then you can roll 3 and take the highest 2 dice. How much luck did you burn?
I burned 2, so I still got
Okay.
3 left. And then my int adds another 2, so that's 4. And then I've got 7 here, so 11.
Nice. Yeah, you get it open. You think back to like the when you're going through logs and you're like, oh, this fucking captain, he's pretty arrogant. And you put in his birthday and it's the code. And and it unlocks. And there's like a stack of like data pads, which you would recognize as like, I guess they're the size of data pads. Whereas I imagine like credit sticks are like like little thumb drive size, but these are like they're what the equivalent of like bank notes would be, credit bank notes.
Yep.
That you could launder. Yeah.
Did you say it was the captain's birthday?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I imagine like a little cutscene of the captain just like chuckling to himself, like, no one's ever going to guess this.
Yeah. Everyone always forgets my birthday.
At least it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Or password in number form. What's your
Yeah.
password? Password.
Password.
I'm guilty of that. I can't lie.
That was my body shop teacher. That's how we got into his computer all the time. His was password.
Oh no.
Oh, that's great.
But yeah. So yeah, you guys grab the stack of pads.
Yeah, I'll grab those and then just close the safe back up like nothing ever happened.
Okay. Yeah, what do you do with them, or how do you like conceal them?
So these are little things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've got my And I'm wearing my suit. They have an inside pocket, so I will probably just slide them into the inside pocket for the time being.
Okay. Will you give me one more stealth check? Dexterity.
Um, 5, 8, 9.
Nice.
And Lolly's back at the docks.
Yeah. Yeah, you as you're getting ready to go, where's the you're getting ready to go like down the ladder. Purser Vaughn kind of steps out of his room and is like going to walk past you toward the conference room, and he kind of bumps into you. And sorry, it's so you're there, and you can feel the pads jingling, or like kind of moving around in your chest, and you hold your arms close, you kind of muffle the sound, and you're good. He doesn't hear anything or notice anything. He goes in the conference room too. Yeah. And yeah, you exit the ship and take off.
Yeah, store those, and then I guess we'll I don't know. Should we duck out now, guys? Tell them that looks like the repairs are just about done, and we're not in for any more excitement like that. We're going to head our separate ways.
Yeah, the generic excuse of like we kind of, I don't know, we're a little shaken by that, so we're we're calling it.
Works for me.
Yeah, it's not what you signed up for.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be an easy job, god damn it.
I'd probably go deliver that message to the commander.
Yeah.
Give my condolences for people lost. And
Yeah, she understands, and she gives you guys another 2K each. There's a little tax on a little bonus.
What's our total payout from the time we've been on there?
3,600 now for today, at least. Yeah.
36.
Currently 3,600.
You've already added 1,600, so just add
Yeah.
2K for
Add
Jinx.
2K, gotcha.
Yeah.
God, I have so much money. This is
Darn.
But
You mess up my beautiful 322,322.
yeah.
324,322 now.
Make sure to click save this time.
cats do know there are other people in this house, right?
Nope. Absolutely not.
You weren't even for me.
It's your cat now.
Right now.
Not one. I have 3 of them. I've got one on my desk, one in my lap, and one under my seat.
Hey, they're all yours now.
I guess so.
Okay. What next?
But we fly the hell out of here. Go someplace quiet.
Yeah, let's leave.
We're currently in the what, XE system?
You are. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, why don't I put you guys back on the
Well, we do have the little bit of like the discussion of what they made going from Arunasir to Acrid to XE, carrying post and passengers for our crew.
Good question. They, unfortunately, aren't very adequate brokers. Yeah. So they weren't able to make much of anything. They made enough to cover
fuel.
They made enough to cover fuel, yeah.
Okay.
Um,
As long as they came out net even, I still think that's pretty good.
yeah. You get back to the ship also, and there is a message waiting for you from Iron Tooth that is coordinates in this parsec 2623. I'm going to focus ping everyone.
All right.
Here, I'll put a little X on it. Basically, coordinates in empty space. X marks the spot.
I guess we're going there.
Looks a little close to. I'm going to redraw that.
Hopefully, we get some reward for our endeavors.
How much did Gino steal?
A good question. One thing, just as a heads up before you leave Xe, you guys are now have a maintenance period due.
Should we do the Should we do the
Yes.
maintenance period? Is what I am trying to.
I mean, they're eventually going to find out that we stole money from them. Or
Then we
that
can
money
Yeah.
just blank
Or that money
space and then head to Hitler and go get repaired in Hitler.
Ah,
Yeah, Hitler is the best place to get repairs.
yeah.
Would we get hindered if we left without doing? Like, can we wait?
You're most likely one maintenance period. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Most likely.
I'd be fine going to Hilfer.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, probably wouldn't hurt to make one jump. Or
So
no,
jump to the blank space, then to Helfer.
just to get out of
Or jumping to a Taylor Swift song.
the danger zone.
Okay, cool. Why don't you give me your astrogation and engineering check? We'll kind of speed through this a little bit because we're at the end.
8.
10.
There you go. You guys have a week in space. You can get a training period done,
Woohoo!
Hey.
and you
Oh, we were
managed-
gonna
Oh,
we
go for
were
it.
gonna give some extra ones to Briar.
Yeah. Because he wasn't here for 2 sessions.
Yeah.
So
For how many did you go from Drinax to Clark?
I'm
Clark
at
to
7 out of 8
Blue.
weeks. If that
yeah,
helps.
I'm currently at 7
Nah.
out of 8 too.
And I'm 6 out of 8. And I think
What?
Briar was where I was at.
I left
Yeah.
I left off at 1.
Okay, so you should be at 6 out of 8 then.
6.
That's including the one you guys just did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. But the other thing you do over that week in space, Gino doesn't know if it's just superstition or nerves or whatever, but you don't like you take those like bank notes, those credit notes, and you stick them away, like stick them under your mattress or something until you guys are in jump space. And then that first dinner when you're in jump space, you pull them out and you start like flicking through them, and you're like, this is like 5 million credits worth of banknotes that we just stole from this ship.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Nice!
this is a good call.
Wait,
Man,
can
thank
I-
God.
it
Thank
needs
God
to be
O'Leary
laundered.
told
Yeah.
me that before he died.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
I
You gotta
make
name something in his
We-
honor.
and you fulfilled his dying wish
Yeah.
that he was too drunk to remember.
Yeah.
Wait, I have a question.
Go for it.
Would Imperial ships put trackers on their vaulted cache?
No, not probably not, but you do know it definitely does need to be laundered. Like at least the notes themselves are if you just tried to like go somewhere and cash those
Yeah.
in, they
Yeah,
would be
but,
like,
well-
oh, okay, cool. Who cashed these in? That's who stole our money. So
Gotcha.
you may lose a little bit. You may lose a few cents on the credit for a few pence on the credit. I
Mhm.
don't know, a few bits on the credit.
A few chits on the credit.
They
There
can
we go.
follow
Chits
the
and Star Wars, right? Yeah.
they can follow the transaction history. They just don't know
Yeah.
where they are.
Yeah, but
Okay.
even so, 5 million laundered
a
will still
lot, yeah.
transfer into close to 5 million.
Right on. That's a
Yeah.
hella payout.
And then your ship is Going back up to your ship. You guys land. You guys not land. You come out of jump space a week later in that around those coordinates, and there's a little like pinging beacon on your sensors, and you can see, at least on your sensors, you can't see it in space because it's just too dark. Cargo containers are just kind of floating in space with a little beacon on them, calling you in, and it's trapped, and you guys explode, and we end it there. Nuts. Yeah. You pull the cargo aboard, and you've got 10 tons of advanced manufactured goods and 10 tons of dust spice. You do know that the dust spice, you like open it up and you look at it, even though it must flow, it is also in. How's the word for this? The crates themselves are stamped with the Imperial Sunburst, but the spice itself is untraceable.
The spice.
But
we have the spice.
you have the spice, but you're gonna have to like repackage it if you want to sell it, or you can sell it hot.
Out of the bindle.
And then the manufactured goods, the advanced manufactured goods, are molecularly stamped. So those you'll definitely have to fence.
Gross.
We need a solid fence.
Yeah.
Be easy once we can go back to thieve. How much longer we got on that?
That's a year. It's
Yeah,
probably
but you're
closer to
already-
like 8 months now, but
Yeah. So it's 209. I'll have to go back and do my. Well, now it's not. Now it was 209 at the start of this session, and now it's going to be farther down.
it's
I
what
need
1, 2,
to-
3, 4, 5 weeks later at least. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we haven't traveled to Hilfer yet, so that's 4.
Oh 78 of year one was the date. So you need 078. I think it's 365-ish days. I don't know. Yeah. You're pretty good. It's not too far away.
We need some kind of like a laundering scheme
Yeah.
going on.
So let's see, jump there. Can we get one more jump check?
8.
12.
Well, cool. Yeah, you guys make it to Hilfer. So you can take another training period.
Woohoo!
Get some maintenance
And-
jobs.
That would be 8 of 8.
Yes, I have learned remote op.
All right. We have to roll for it,
Did
right?
did you roll for it?
Is it 8 up?
I believe so. I've got my roll
8 up
open real
study.
quick.
8 up for
Yeah.
study?
I got
Oh.
a 9.
Guess who rolled a 10? Woohoo! I can
Well,
up
You
my
add your-
spacecraft by 1.
There we go. Yeah.
Spacecraft is now at 2.
Oh, that's good.
Fuck yeah!
I could use drones now to spy on people. I'm gonna have to get.
You have to get a drone. Well,
Yep.
you guys have money.
I know I have a shit ton. I should find some. Now,
If I-
can we train?
That's with education too. Did you factor in your education?
Oh, my education is 0. Doesn't
No,
matter.
You're good. You're good then.
Oh, my
Is
education
there-
was +1. So, yeah.
Is there a way we could train our main characteristics like during the study period,
Not
or
during
is
the
it
study
just
period.
skills?
I will start. I'm going to start handing out those like experience point type things eventually.
Oh, okay.
I just have to refresh on how they work. But yes.
I'll just
But yeah,
need to
you'll get those to
find-
spend to do it.
Excellent.
I do have one question.
Yeah, go for
How
it.
do you increase social?
Roll like narratively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's like my
Maybe-
lowest thing, and I'm like, I kind of want to get that up, but also like I think I would rather get like Dex or Endurance up.
Yeah.
Once we're all pirate lords, it'll be high.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Depending on where you go, it'd be really high some places and really low others.
Then one day I'll finally have a positive characteristic.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys do have a maintenance period. You're 2 weeks away from your next one as well. Do you want to take care of it now, or just do 2 when you? Well, we don't know how long it might. Yeah, I'd say just do it now.
Okay.
And how much is that?
That is on your ship sheet. I do not know off the top of my head.
Maintenance, there it is,
Yeah,
28,630.
28,630. So did we want to just do 2?
Oh, well, you're not at the 2 point yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
How much money do we have in the ship reserve?
In the ship?
Ollie, stop.
Yeah,
462,000.
yeah. I was say like the ship bank that we were pulling
Yeah.
from.
Yep, that 400. Yep.
462. We have not added the 5 million that we've gotten because we haven't been able to
We have
Fancy,
to.
yeah.
yeah, we
we have
haven't
to
been able to
launder
launder it yet. So
Yeah, launder it. Thank you.
that. Can't quite add that just yet. I guess next session that's where we honestly probably start finding a laundering way so we can start actually selling off goods that we get that we can't like directly sell.
Yeah, maybe a task: track down a fence and a money launderer.
we need to find
Yeah. Why don't you all take? What session is this? 11.
yes.
Just somewhere mark down 2 general experience points.
2 experience points.
It's in big letters across the top of my page.
Yeah,
Are experience points characteristic points?
they are. They're for characteristics, but
Hey.
to increase them, you need, for strength, dex, or endurance, you need the number of experience points to the level that you're leveling up to. So if you're at like 2 and you want to get to 3, you need 3 experience points. And for int and education, it's double that. So if you're going to go from 3 to 4, it would be 8 instead of 4.
Oh,
And that's the raw number, right? Not
Yeah, the raw number.
I mean, as much as I hate it, I might as well get my strength up and at least get that to a 0.
What's your strength currently?
2.
Okay, so you need 1 more experience point to get up to 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a 2, a 7, 8, 8, 8, 6. I have not been McRockin' the stats.
Oh, did we put any of
Yeah.
that stolen goods in the ship sheet
No, I
or
don't think
in
you did.
somebody's sheet?
Yeah, we'll probably still take it somewhere.
I
We'll
wrote
save
it
the
down
same-
in my notes. It was
5 million credits.
5 million worth in the notes.
Yeah, 5 million
And
to
then we
launder,
got
and then
the 10 tons of. Okay, it's in. Wait a minute. So, 10 tons of advanced manufacturing and 10 tons of dust spice. Spice is untraceable, but we'll have to repackage it. I have.
Stop rewriting my character sheet, cats.
Okay, so let's see.
now is that capital T or is that lower T? Is it metric tons or imperial tons?
It's traveler tons.
So is that going to
So-
be that wonky T that's going to be like kind of italicized, kind of bold at the same time, or?
My book just has it as lowercase t with 1 n and no e's.
Okay.
Henry said, listen here, yo shit.
10 tons of dust, spice, or spice
Yeah, that's a lot of
dust,
dust.
sorry.
So that's, I hope you have allergies. Actually, you can all take an additional 2 experience points, so you should have 4.
Oh, okay. Yay!
Da-da-da.
Let's do +2 +2. Or 2 +2.
So if I have +4 experience points,
Mhm.
would I go at 2 strength? I would go to 3 strength. I would lose
Yep.
those, and then oh my god, okay,
You boost 3 of them, and then you have 1 left
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, so
I
you gotta
can't-
buy it consecutively. You can't just go. You can't spend 4 to just go straight to 4.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
1 day strength. 1 day.
Yeah. You will notice social was not on that list because you got
You can't.
that's narrative.
Oh, that makes sense.
And we'll pick up with you guys in Helper.
Okay, I added those two to the ship sheet. The 10 tons of spice dust stamped with Imperial Sunburst, and then 10 tons advanced manufactured goods, I think molecularly stamped.
Mm-hmm.
I think yeah, that's what I put down. And then I
Advanced
also
manufactured goods, is that what you said?
advanced manufactured goods. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and then I also put the 5 million credits to launder. That's literally what I put down. 5
Yeah.
million credits to launder.
Perfect.
I feel like I'd be on a list if I try and type in how do I launder money.
$5 million. Yeah.
I feel
Sir,
like
we
I'd
have
be
some
put on a
questions
list
for
for
you.
that.
Best way to launder money. Yeah.
But in general,
In space.
how do you launder money in Traveler?
In travel. Tell me.
About the same way as you would in real life. I mean,
Yeah.
Find somebody with businesses to disseminate the money within.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
need cash only, credit only businesses, right? But yeah. Cool. As you guys come out of jump space, and hey, you got the first time in the Helper system. We will roll credits. Couple things before we all depart. 2 weeks is the 23rd. That's back on a Saturday again.
23rd should be good for me.
I'm good that day.
I should be okay.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Okay, cool. And then the other thing was I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'm considering running like a little like side campaign on Wednesdays. I was thinking about doing like Delta Green, which is it's like Call of Cthulhu meets the X Files and True Detective. But it would be like
Ooh.
I mean, if I do it, I was wanting to do it on a weekday. That way, it doesn't impact us, or like prepping for this game or anything like that. But it would be like weekly 2 hour sessions from 6 to 8. But that's Pacific, which means that's like 9 to 11 for you guys. So I wanted to give you all the option because you're all the first on any invite list, but that's super late. So I also fully understand.
Give us a
Yeah.
thought for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 11 might be a little too late for me because I usually go to bed on Wednesday nights at 11 or at like 10:30.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
I never get to bed before midnight, so
I'll let you know.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah,
I
we'll have to see how the semester goes.
I think I will be okay if I manage to get everything done before the game starts.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Well,
could just immediately go to bed right after.
And what'd you say it was called?
Delta Green
Delta
is the
Green.
game is the system. Yeah, it's like I said, it started off as a like a module somebody made for Call of Cthulhu. They just took it and made it modern, and you work for a shady or not shady, but you work for like a secret government agency within the U.S. government to track down like eldritch horrors and try to prevent delay the apocalypse. Um, but it's a cool system, and I think it's conducive for like short sessions because like Call of Cthulhu, combat isn't really a main focus. So you don't have like 2 hour long combat sessions that would be the entire game session. It's a lot of like investigation and role play and watching your characters slowly go insane or die. Just like Call of Cthulhu, it's a very lethal game system. Part of the game is just watching how your characters go insane and try to save the world.
Ooh.
And then so yeah, well, I don't know. Give it a thought. Next week or so, if you're interested, and we'll see if it happens. It was something an idea I've been toying with. It'd be fun to do something on the side. But, all right, cool. Oh, go ahead.
I will say, adding on to that, the one shot I have is basically all set up. It is more of I need to find time in my schedule to make sure I can run it, and then obviously
Gotcha.
you have to find a day where we're all free.
Yeah, mean, if you're ready on the 23rd, we could use any of our sessions for this game to do it. Always.
I might take you up on that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll see how my week looks.
Cool. All right. Well, excellent. Well, I'll see you all in a couple weeks.
Yes.
All right.
Goodbye.
All right, see you
Bye.
then.
Good
Have fun with those
night.
cats.
See you all around.
Bye.
Bye.